The councilors and their guests, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first item on the agenda?
A roll call first.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Gomez. Absent. Councilor Whitfield.
Present.
Present. Councilor Davila.
Present.
Present. Councilor Fenton.
Present.
Present. Councilor Curran.
Present.
Present. Councilor Ramos. Absent. Councilor Walsh. Absent. Councilor Williams. Absent. Councilor Allen. Absent. Councilor Letterman.
Allen's present, but he muted himself.
Councilor Allen.
He's having a little difficulty getting it off of mute.
He always does.
I'll come back to Councilor Allen. Councilor Letterman.
Present.
Present. Councilor Edwards.
Present.
Present. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Present.
Present. Councilor Allen.
He's trying to call in now. Can you please acknowledge Councilor Ramos, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Ramos.
Present.
Present.
And while we're waiting for Councilor Allen, we'll recognize him as soon as he gets on, or actually here's his phone right now.
Councilor Allen.
Still mute. You're still mute.
Still muted on your phone, Councilor.
All right. Present. Something's wrong with my iPad.
You might want to turn down the volume on your iPad, Councilor.
I'm just gonna turn it off.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item on the agenda?
The first item on the agenda is an executive session to discuss strategy with respect to litigating position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion on the floor to go into executive session?
I make the motion to go into executive session.
We have to, do you have the agenda in front of you, Councilor Whitfield, or Madam Clerk, can you please read what Councilor Whitfield needs to say?
A motion to go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to litigating position.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Letterman. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll to go into executive session?
On going into executive session, Councilor Gomez. Absent. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen. Councilor Allen's having technical difficulties, so I'll come back. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes.
Can we, for the record, I believe we will not be returning to regular session on this issue, but you will be returning to executive session. I'm sorry, regular session.
Yes.
Do I say that?
Yes, please, Councilor Whitfield.
Okay, we will not be returning from executive session on this matter, but we will be returning to regular session for the city council meeting.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. I will see all of you in executive session. If we could log out of this link and log back on, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please call the roll?
Counselor Gomez? Absent?
Present.
Present. I'm sorry, Counselor. Present. Counselor Whitfield?
Here.
Here. Counselor Davila?
Present.
Present. Counselor Fenton?
Present.
Present. Counselor Curran?
Present.
Present. Counselor Ramos?
Present.
Present. Counselor Walsh?
Present.
Present. Counselor Williams?
Present.
Present. Counselor Allen?
Present.
Present. Counselor Letterman?
Present.
Present. Counselor Edwards?
Present.
Present. Counselor Brown?
Present.
Present. Counselor Hurst?
Present. Will the councilors and their guests please rise for a moment of silence? Will you please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge of allegiance to the flag
Flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll start off. I want to start off by congratulating our administrative assistant, LeVar Click, on his new appointment to become the next mayoral aide. We know he will be a loss for the city council, and we certainly know that he'll do a great job in the mayor's office. And we're also hopeful that we'll be able to fill that position as soon as possible. So with that said, Madam Clerk, can you please call items 1 through 3 together? Or 1 through 4 together, sorry.
Items 1 through 4 are the minutes from Wednesday, July 15th, Monday, July 20th, Monday, August 3rd, and Monday, September 21st.
Is there any questions or comments from the council regarding the minutes? Councilor Fenton?
Madam Clerk, those none of those minutes are the executive session minutes, are they?
No, they're not. They're the public minutes for the executive session minutes, and I have the executive session minutes.
Which ones are the public minutes for the executive session minutes?
I believe the executive sessions were August 3rd, I believe July 15th, August 3rd, and September 21st were all executive sessions, if I'm not mistaken.
Just one moment. All right, these are fine.
Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving items 1 through 4?
On approving items 1 through 4, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman? Absent. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Counselor Letterman is yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Excuse me, yes, the minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the August revenue versus expenditure report.
Councilor
Before we-
Whitfield.
Yeah, before we move on, I have a record of executive session minutes for September 16th. Do you have a record of those?
Did we approve? Go ahead.
So what with the executive session minutes, only the public portion is allowed to be shown to the public. But while the purpose of the executive session still exists, the executive session minutes stay private. So I don't need them yet, Counselor. You can hold on to them, and then I'll catch up with you at a later date so we can go over it.
Okay, but the dates that you have listed, they don't coincide with the dates that I have on the minutes, so. I have August.
I'll double
3rd,
check the
I have-
dates.
I have August 3rd and I do have September 21st and then I have September 16th. So I'm not sure.
So I haven't put September 16th on yet. I'm
Okay.
doing all of them piecemeal because there's so many of them we have to approve.
Okay, alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. And before we get to the next item, I neglected to do reports of committee. So if there are any reports of committee at this time, please raise your hand in the queue and we will call on you. Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, the Subcommittee of Economic Development met behind the agenda items I think that are before us today. We spoke in extenso with Community Preservation Committee members and Chairperson Bob McCarroll, and also we had members of those individuals that were part of those projects that were in our meetings. If we had any questions, we went through them each agenda item after another. The subcommittee took a unanimous vote to accept all of these proposed projects that are before us. But there was one that was left out because myself and also Councilor Fenton, specific to the project having to do with the Brookings project, we cannot vote on today because of our ethics, because we have to abstain.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Are there any other reports of committee? Councilor Edwards.
Good evening, everyone. On September 29th via Zoom, there was a general government committee meeting. Councilors in attendance were our President Hurst, Councilor Letterman, Gomez, Whitfield, Allen, and Avila. There was two items discussed. The first item was, item one was the local acceptance of GLC 33, Section 59, benefits for military leave. Finance Director TJ Plant was in attendance, and he spoke of a need to consider the financial impacts, still requiring information, so he's not prepared at this time to give us hard numbers. Representatives from the police union were present as well. Unfortunately, there was no representative from the fire department, and it is the recommendation of the committee that we continue this item at the appropriate time. The second item that was under discussion was an ordinance regulating the short-term rentals. The lead sponsor is Councilor Letterman, but there are multiple sponsors on this item. And at the appropriate time, I'd ask for the lead sponsor to speak more details about what was discussed. But the the committee, myself, Councilor Letterman, and the presence of Councilor Hurst established a quorum, and a vote was unanimous to recommend back to the committee of the whole passage of the item as it is written and as it is presented tonight. There was representatives from the Realtors Association, their CEO, Brendan Bailey, and there was representatives from the East Forest Park Civic Association and Kathy Brown. I believe the vice president and of the McKnight Neighborhood Council was also present, as well as their president, Mr. Walter Gould. Attorney Moore was there to represent the city of Springfield. James Johnson, I'm sorry, is the vice president of McKnight Council, I believe. And but Attorney Moore was available to discuss at the time of discussion. And at the appropriate time, as I said earlier, it is my recommendation that the lead sponsor speak on this item, but it is the recommendation of the General Government Committee that the Committee of the Whole do pass it as it is.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audit committee met with Councilor Whitfield and Councilor Current, and we had a report by the auditor on the audit done by Powers and Sullivan on the city of Springfield and also a audit plan. The most remarkable item, sir, is that the regarding the audit with the yellow bulk sticker program, everything seems to be working well with the handling of cash. However, we did suggest and to explore how we can make the yellow stickers more easy accessible throughout the city of Springfield. Currently, they're only accessible big-wide, and we are looking to see how we can make it more accessible to everybody to hopefully help address and decrease some of the serious little problems that we have here in the city. With regards to the Powers and Sullivan audit, the pension fund ratio is funded at a ratio of 28.36. This is a kind of a lengthy technical report, which I did ask the auditor to send to all the councilors. I would like to believe that everybody got it. And if you give me a minute, Mr. President, the net pension OPEB liabilities in the amount of $795 million and $1.352 billion have been recorded with the city financial statements. Those are the noteworthy comments from the audit committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further reports before the council, Madam Clerk, if we could please call the roll on accepting all the reports.
On accepting all reports, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh? Councilor Walsh?
I was distracted by the counselor next to Counselor Brown.
Is it a yes, Councilor?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the reports are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 5 on the agenda?
Item number 5 is the August revenue versus expenditure report.
Is there anyone present to speak to this report? And can you please state your name and address for the record?
Thank you, Mr. President. Patrick Burns, 90 Clement Street, Springfield. Tonight you have the August revenue versus expenditure report. Due to some questions I received last month on our performance based on a yearly scale, I've included a new report as part of the August report that compares fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21 for the same period. I hope this is helpful for the council going forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this report? Seeing none, Councilor Letterman.
I just wanted to say thank you very much for including that. It was very proactive and helpful.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If there are no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting the report?
On accepting the report, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes, and ditto what Councilor Letterman said. Thank you, Pat.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the report is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call items 6 through 9, please?
Item number 6 is a CDBG grant. Item number 7 is a Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program Action Grant. Item number 8 is a Mass Call grant increase. And item number 9 is a Western Mass Health and Medical Coordinating Coalition grant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone present to speak to item number 6?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, this is the second installment of the CARES Act CDBG. The allocation is $1,749,839. There's 3 components to the action plan associated with this funding. There's an administration component of $349,967, which is a formulaic approach to admin by HUD. There is a workforce training component for $399,872, and there's a special economic development component, which is direct assistance to for-profit small businesses in the amount of $1 million. I'd be happy to take any questions that the council might have.
Sheehan, can you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's Tim Sheehan, 26 Eckington Street.
Thank you. Councilor Williams, I see your hand is raised, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tim, just a quick question. Is any of the allotted funds that you mentioned going to be granted out to organizations? Will they have the opportunity to apply for that, or how will that be dished out?
I'm sorry, for what organization?
No, I'm just saying more generally. Will organizations have the opportunity to apply?
Yes, we typically put out an RFP indicating that the funding is available and ask people to respond to that.
Okay, and is that for the 2 latter portions you mentioned? The last components?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Gomez.
I guess my question is more to the respect of, is this money already allocated to certain organizations, or this is going to be new, like a new Prime the Pump program that you guys are going to be doing? I'm not saying it's going to be called Prime the Pump, but is it along those lines?
We are actually looking to be a little more tailored in terms of the allocation of this resource for small businesses. As we did previously, we've paired up with Common Capital to actually be working with the businesses so that we have a more informed understanding of what exactly the small business needs are and how the money can be utilized to assist them.
My next follow-up question is, any of this, I guess it is more informed if I have a subcommittee meeting, but just a question on, can sole proprietors be able to apply for some of this funding? Because I know that during the process of the last couple rounds, there were specific businesses that weren't available or weren't able to apply for the grants. And I just, was just looking for a little bit more of an education on, if it's going to be the same kind of system, same application, because I had kind of like questioned a part of the application that had to come with the narrative, because I know a lot of people in my community have a strong language barrier, specifically when it comes to, writing and having such an extreme percentage being weighed in on, the amount of money that they could receive, which was, I think was the maximum was 15, and I guess, down to a 70%. I think you guys had used, I think it was like 5,000. So that's all. Maybe I just have to have a meeting with you and just talk a little bit more. And I don't want to really like hang you up on it now. I'm definitely going to support the grant coming in. I just want to make sure that, sole proprietors, which I did talk to a lot of folks, felt that they didn't give an opportunity or get an opportunity to be able to touch some of this funding, and that's all.
Counselor, I'm happy to have an offline conversation with you about this, but just to answer the question directly, the category that we're using in terms of the program category, Special Economic Development Assistance, is the broadest and more flexible category that HUD has for programming. So in answer to your question about sole proprietors, they would certainly be eligible.
All right, fantastic. That's great news. And whatever it is that I can assist, obviously I will, like you said, entertain a meeting with you in the next week or so, but I appreciate your candor. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. I think you're right. Subcommittee meetings for financial transactions need to be held, and because of COVID, we weren't holding them regularly, but I have requested that we hold regular finance committee meetings again. For Tim, can you explain the workforce development piece of it? Because I don't remember hearing that before.
It is an issue that's come up. We're seeing, based on government data with regards to unemployment. We're kind of seeing trending that's indicating that across the board and across sectors, there's, as most of us have been reading, there's been significant layoffs. And a lot of this is, going to be consistent throughout the COVID virus until there's a vaccine, but there's also indication that a percentage, a pretty large percentage of those jobs aren't necessarily going to be there at the end of this, and we have to really be looking at getting the workforce retrained for the job opportunities that are going to exist in a post-COVID world.
So is this funding geared toward workforce development organizations that provide training?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. If there are no further questions on this particular grant, we will move to grant item number 7. Is there anyone present to speak to item number 7?
Yes, I am. Good evening, councilors. Tina Quagliato Sullivan. My home address is 19 Bedford Road in Springfield. So this is a competitive grant from the state. It's a resilience-focused grant that is looking to build resilience both in the city's infrastructure and within residents. The grant will fund multiple activities, including a microgrid feasibility study for the City Hall complex. It would include development of improved communications and outreach strategies, specifically focused on improving outreach to environmental justice communities and residents. These residents can typically be a little bit more challenging for the city to effectively reach with messaging and information, so the hope is we can bridge that gap a little bit. The grant will also include development of a resident advisor board that will meet with city department heads and senior staff and will look to build trust with existing residents that have already been working in the area of resilience and climate change through an existing Kresge Foundation grant. And it will be with organizations like Arise for Social Justice, Wayfinders, Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, and Western Mass Health Institute. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but building trust and establishing effective lines of communication between traditionally marginalized communities and local government are especially important in preparation for future disasters. Research has shown that doing this prior to a disaster obviously produces a better overall government and community response to disaster-related events. The grant would also include capacity building workshops for city staff and a racial equity and employment study and plan that will be done with the city's chief diversity and inclusion officer. It would review existing barriers to employment and financial equity for environmental justice community residents and would develop a process to bridge the employment gap, including detailed action steps necessary to connect these residents with open positions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this grant? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting or approving grants 6 through 9?
On accepting grants 6 through 9. Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos? Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the grants are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an unexpended bond proceeds to the municipal golf course project in the amount of $1 million.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
I am Councilor President Patrick Sullivan, 17 Arvesta Street, Springfield, Mass. We're excited for this opportunity brought before you this evening. Our 2 golf courses generate in excess of $1.6 million a year in revenue, They're in great need of repairs to the bunkers, sand traps, and the 2 irrigation ponds. And for example, at Franconia, again, we spent roughly $80,000 in municipal water bills because the current pond is so shallow, we can't draw the water out of the pond like we historically do. So just that one item of a repair will more than pay for this bond. The other thing we're very proud of, this past year, under the COVID, we were named the #2 staycation course by the Mass Golf Association. Our green superintendents really do a great job, and we're very proud to offer these recreational assets to our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Councilor Whitfield, I see that your hand is raised in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat. I don't deny that this would be a great investment, or that it's not needed or is needed at the golf course. However, my question is how the bond funds are chosen, how this project is chosen to be used with the excess bond funds. And so because I don't know, and because I didn't have a finance subcommittee meeting scheduled, I want to send this to committee to ask those questions to see what other projects the bond funds could be used for. It just seems like things are done in a bubble and not really brought to the finance chair's attention. And I think that, and it's not any slate to you, Pat, or the department or the golf courses. I'm not saying that we don't want to use it for that. I just want to know how the decisions are made, and also how, what other projects these funds could possibly be used for. So I am asking that the request be sent to the finance committee.
Second.
There is a motion on the floor made by Councilor Whitfield, seconded by Councilor Letterman, is to send this to the Finance Committee. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Brown.
My hand is raised.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Councilor Walsh.
On the motion, Mr. President, yes, I support the motion to committee. All too often, anytime that we have unexpended bond or free cash, it just seems to be that the administration looks at their wish list and just picks projects at random. And you know, the city council's wish list is completely ignored. I frequently mentioned the need to use some of these funds for private ways, and that's one of the things that I want to discuss in committee. So I definitely support the motion to committee, and I second that motion.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Walsh.
I want to first say, Pat, you do a fantastic job. I remember, I don't know if you really remember me, but when I was a kid growing up at Cathedral, Bob McCullum and the McCullums, you've always supported me, and you know I love you. We need that park at Magazine done, so we got to sit down and talk about that if we can. But I trust you. You know, if this is something that you think is going to be nice and make things nice, you know, I'm all for it. You know, I think that my colleagues and us will agree on it. You know, let's sit down and talk. I mean, I trust you personally. I need, and it's not a matter of trust. It's just a matter of just being transparent and just discussing things with everyone. You're fantastic in my eyes. I just need to personally sit down and speak with some of the things as far as like that Magazine Park also. If it's something that you really think needs to be done, I support you, but you know, there are other things also in my area that I'd like to speak to you with.
Thank you, Counselor, for that comment. I do remember you from those meetings years ago, and I welcome any meeting to discuss any needs of any counselor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Walsh on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know how I feel about the motion, because I don't feel as though the bond request is frivolous. So the questions that I have for you, Pat, and I don't know if you can answer this, but I don't know what guarantee there is if this bond isn't approved of, that it would go to other projects. So I was going to ask you, Pat, before the motion came up, about the golf courses and the use of the golf courses and how important they are to our constituents.
The golf courses are we're up over 1,200 rounds over last year's numbers. Franconia dates back to 1929, Veterans dates back to 1960s. We don't always invest timely into these facilities, and they're an organic entity, so they're subject to the weather changes. And currently, you know, our traps are full of water. We're losing our bunkers, and if you wait much longer, it can turn into even more millions of dollars. So it's time that these courses receive the funding. They generate the revenue, but I look forward to a committee meeting if that's the will of the council. But you know, we really have $3 to $4 million in needs, to be quite honest, at the golf courses. So this $1 million would get the ball rolling, if you will, to make these necessary repairs.
So kind of like preventive maintenance?
Yeah, well, in some cases, we're beyond preventative maintenance, especially with the irrigation ponds. Like, again, that $80,000 a year, it's a lot of money to be paying out on water bills when we could be drawing that water for free if we could just dredge the pond. And Veterans is, with the drought this year, we had 2 days that we had to draw water from the municipal resources to keep Veterans watered. But again, these are things that we can go over in a subcommittee meeting if that's the will of the council.
Okay. Mr. President, I do have another part to that question, and maybe I can direct it to Lindsay, you know, about the bond allocation. Can the proceeds be allocated, or are they specific to a particular project?
They're specific in the usage of the bond proceeds. So we are kind of, we have to keep the term the same. So whatever is allocated to the bond proceeds, so for instance, these proceeds are coming from a school with a 20-year term on the bond. So the project that we move this money over to has to be something with a useful life of 20 years or more. So it has to be a 20-year term or 30-year term, which the golf courses luckily fall underneath. But for the most part, you really see it's really pretty much building improvements. We were surprised that golf courses fell under the 20-year term. So that's where we have to we're limited in what type of projects we can move this unexpended bond proceed money to.
Are there timeframes on the approval for the bond?
In this case, no. We're happy to have a conversation with these projects in committee. That's fine. But generally, there is about a 2-year time frame where the money should be spent from the time that it's bonded. But if we have no trouble sending this to committee to discuss it with the group, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh, Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lindsay kind of hinted to my question. Do we have any time of constraint to use this money?
Well, our bond council does prefer it to be spent within 2 years of issuance. So, I mean, we have that time frame, but again, I think, I know that TJ and Pat spoke previously, potentially if this was sent to committee, we were prepared for that. So as far as, sending it to committee to discuss it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. And Patrick, I mean, first, I'm absolutely pleased to see that we save $1 million in what appears to be construction for Brookings. Is that correct?
Yeah. Pete Garvey's managing that project.
Okay. Would you be able?
He did a good job with it. Yep.
Right. That's fantastic. Would you be able to very briefly tell us what the savings came from in that construction? Or is it
I didn't manage the Brookings project, but I think it was just overall with the construction of the school. Pete does a very good job at monitoring those projects. So it's not surprising that there was $1 million savings on that job.
Okay. During the committee meetings, I would love to seek some sort of itemized savings for this, because I think it's great. It's great news. So we'd like to just to know exactly where we save the money from. Maybe we can replicate this in the future with other projects. Now, Patrick, quick question. If we transfer this money, to what account is this money going to go to?
The finance would set up a specific project account for the golf courses prior to us even advertising for the designer process and then the physical construction work.
And like Lindsay said, this money will have to be used for similar projects, correct?
Right, it would be, it's the golf course construction projects. And as she indicated, that falls under a 20-year bond.
Okay. All right, thank you, Patrick. I look forward to discussing this more in committee. And
Great,
my compliments on the great savings of $1 million. That's great news to the city, and I hope we can replicate that in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Davila, Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lindsay, if this came from the Brookings project, is that really within 2 years? Because it's been probably built for over 2 years.
Yeah, so that's just a general guideline for what they tell us. So that's why, we use this opportunity to use the Brookings and Dryden unexpended bond proceeds for this, because that's kind of like, it's an older project. We didn't issue debt until the end. I can't say that the savings on this came from the fact that we were reimbursed 100% from the MSBA. And we also had FEMA money that went to both Brookings and Dryden. So that's why you'll see a big savings from the bond proceeds that we borrowed against the project.
Yeah, because that was the project that the state said they would pay for as a result of the tornado. So that's good info. It's great news all the way around from Pete and from Pat. But still, there is that. It's unusual for us to usually things. Well, if anything, things would be more likely to go up than down. But great management either way. But the other question I have on it, I mean, I'd love to do what Pat wants to do, but I know there's other things we should probably look at. Where does the capital projects list come in on something like this? Is that consulted when something like this happens? Like, would the golf course thing be on the capital?
Yeah, the golf courses are probably, to be honest, 8 to 10 years now waiting for funding for these repairs. And again, they generate revenue. So I personally, I think it's a great fit since they generate revenue. They're not losing revenue. And this has been really requested by the golfers that use their facility. And we're at a critical point. If we don't start making these repairs, we're going to start losing golfers to other area courses.
Okay, so I look forward to the discussion in the finance meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say, Pat, that I don't think this project is frivolous in any nature. I just want some clarification because while they generate revenue, we have other public projects that benefit our children of the community that may grow up to be golfers in the future. And so we want to make sure that some of the projects that may be on the list could benefit residents that pay taxes and in the community as well. And I know golf is a great revenue generating fun thing to do, but we also want to take care of our children and our seniors in the community. And so it's no slate against this project at all. I just want to have more clarification and understanding. And I also want to know what other projects falls into the 20-year guideline. And Lindsay, I thank you for being prepared to send this to committee and knowing that you had the time frame in mind. And I will try to hold the finance committee as soon as possible. And I hope all of the councilors that have concern will be able to attend that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Councilor Whitfield. I think it's great dialogue. And I would also invite you, maybe we could do it on site at starting at Franconia and then go over to Veterans so you can physically see the needs.
I would love that, Pat. We always have great tours together. So
all right, that'll be fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Gomez, I did see your hand up. I no longer see it. Did you get your question answered? Followed by Councilor Letterman.
No, I didn't put my hand down. Maybe it was just you putting other hands down. It's all good. I appreciate you. I think it was Lindsay. She had a little bit more insight. I just want a question. Pat can answer this too. It doesn't matter. I apologize. Is Franconia Golf and Veterans Golf Course, are they both considered parks?
Yes, they fall under the strict guidance of the Park Commission, and they are designated as parkland.
Oh, okay. So does that mean that some of these funds essentially, because I know the next agenda item is for $900,000 that was an unexpected bond that we've been able to save some money on some project. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. So that means this money could have went to, if you guys had put it on the scale to any park land, because if those are considered parks, is that the same? They have the lifespan of the bond of 20 years, how you were saying? I think Lindsay had stated that.
Yeah, I'll let Lindsay answer that, because I don't know if other parks fall under different roles.
Well, golf courses, it didn't say parkland. It specifically said golf courses. Tim, do you know offhand about parkland?
I believe we'd have to look at the nature of the project. There's no parkland specific item in the DLS guidelines, so we'd have to look at what the improvements were. Like if it was mostly roadways in a park, that would be 15 years. But if it was land improvements, it could be a different term.
All right, looking forward to be educated. I am on the subcommittee, and I would love that tour. You know me, Pat. I like to dig deep, and I like to dig into things that I've been waiting for a long time. So that's why I'm asking that question. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for your answer. I look forward to the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Letterman, the floor is yours.
I'm all set, Mr. President. Thank you.
All set. Okay, there's a motion made by Councilor Whitfield. It was seconded by Councilor Letterman. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to send this to the Finance Committee?
On sending item number 10 to the Finance Committee, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield? Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
No.
No. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, this item will be sent to the Finance Committee. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is unexpended bond proceeds to dispatch consolidation project in the amount of $900,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Calvi, 210 Whitten Street, Springfield, Massachusetts. These funds are going to be used to build out the Roosevelt Avenue complex to finally unify dispatch, which has been on the books for about 15 plus years in the city to get this project finally done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Whitfield, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Council President Hurst. Lindsay, is the useful life for this bond the same as the other one?
Yes, so this is another project. It has a 20-year term. We're moving 20-year term debt over to this project, which is considered 20-year term. I will say on this project, we are eager to get the recs in and going because the commissioner has been on a timeline to get this done. So I just want to throw that out there.
Can you tell me what that timeline is, please?
Commissioner, what's your timeline?
I'm hoping to have this facility fully functional by January 10th through 15th. This is a huge safety problem that's been ongoing for many years within the city, with police dispatch being in one location and fire dispatch being in another location. It's a duplication of efforts that we're trying to do away with and actually make things run better for both the police department and the fire department at the same time and increase safety for firefighters and police officers.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and we'll try to get that if this is approved to go to subcommittee, we'll try to get that done right away. But I am going to make the motion that it goes to subcommittee for the same reason that I made the motion for the other one to go to subcommittee.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Whitfield to send this item to subcommittee. Is there a second to that motion? Again, Councilor Whitfield made the motion to send this to subcommittee. Is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, the motion fails. Councilor Brown.
I second that motion, Mr. President.
That motion has been
committee
seconded by Councilor Ramos. A motion made by Councilor Whitfield, seconded by Councilor Ramos. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Williams.
First and foremost, I want to thank you, Commissioner, for the work and the service that you do. It's an honor to be in your presence. I would just urge my colleagues sometimes with the coronavirus and things that are going on. I come from a marketing and a corporate world, so I do know that sometimes when you're moving through and you're trying to figure out things, you need help. And I understand based on the corona why you might not had to be able to come and reach out with us this time. I also want to just tell you once again, anything you guys need, let me know. When it comes to making an exception, I believe that we should make an exception. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Williams, followed by Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, I was just wondering, in regards to the consolidation project, will this have any effect on like the number of like Quint trucks at any one location? Is there going to be any kind of reassembling of where kind of resources are?
This has nothing to do with Fire Department Operations Council. This has to do with the dispatch center.
Oh, the dispatch. Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Letterman on the motion, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Commissioner, could you talk a little bit more about why the move to consolidate, how that will benefit dispatch operations? And then after that, could you speak to that timeline that you mentioned? Because I am cognizant of Councilor Whitfield's request relative to, the amount of money being expended and just the, unexpended bond proceeds in general. And so I think ideally we'd love to be able to have a meeting where we can get into a little more detail on it. At the same time, it's a public safety project. So if you could talk a little bit more about that timeline. You're saying you want to go operational by January. Maybe it's also somewhat a question for Lindsay, if you want to go operational by the end of January, what is the, what's the timeline that has to occur and when? Because we do have we have another meeting coming up in the near future. So I just want to kind of understand the process. So first, why the project is important. Second, the timeline, if you will.
Sure. Right now we have two disjointed dispatch centers, one for the police department, one for the fire department. 911 calls come into 130 Pearl Street, and then they're transferred. Either the information is taken there and police units are dispatched, or information is taken and then the call is transferred to Roosevelt Avenue, where a lot of the same information has to be taken to dispatch fire units. There's also not enough supervision the way things are being run now to have supervisors in both locations. So there's disjointed supervision because people aren't under one roof. It's one department that is split into two locations that don't have the resources to operate in either location effectively. What this project is going to do is bring all the dispatchers and call takers under one roof and one central location so they can be dispatched from one location. It's going to cut 2 to 3 ancillary phone calls out for every 911 phone call that rings for emergency assistance. So that's why this is important to get this project running. Excuse me, my light went off, timed out. To get this project up and running, it was recommended well over a decade ago to merge these two facilities into one, and it's just never been done. Since I've taken over, I've been pushing to get everybody under one roof to really increase the safety of the firefighters, police officers, and that of the citizens of the city.
And then and we've made important progress too with our dispatch in past years. I mean, there's been some other modernization efforts that have come up, including the local 911, which the council was very supportive of. So it does sound like the right thing to do. Can you tell me again, where was the first dispatch center that's not on Roosevelt? Where is that dispatching out of right now?
That's located at 130 Pearl Street, Counselor, the police station.
And so to the timeline of this bond versus this project, can you, Lindsay, could you speak to that a little bit if we want to see it released in time?
I can speak to that as well, Counselor. A large portion of this bond, which is almost $400,000, is for radio equipment. To merge the two dispatch centers, we need 3 new dispatch consoles that are roughly like 125,000 a piece, with then the labor to install them and get them programmed and get them onto the state core and all of that. So a large portion of this project is radio equipment, which is which has a 6-week lead time.
Right. That's what I was going to say. The consoles, the radio consoles, they are not prefab, so they're put together once our order's in. So I know that I have emails every day asking to put these recs in. I'm like, we don't have the money in place yet. So that's the only reason I brought up potentially a quicker time frame, because I know the commissioner had the turnaround that he wants this project done, and just the equipment that's needed, we need a longer timeline to get that in. That was my point.
You need 6 weeks, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's just for the radios to be built out, but then there's the whole construction thing. So the radios will take 6 weeks to be built. Then they have to be programmed. They have to be all custom installed on scene. They have to, it has to meet up with the furniture being delivered and everything else. So that's why it becomes time sensitive.
Okay. All right. Thank you both.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If councilors can remember to mute their devices when they are not speaking, as well as our guests, it'd be greatly appreciated. Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Walsh on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, a quick question, because I realize this is a time-sensitive issue. If you want to get it up and going by January 10th and 15th, you're saying it's over 4 to 6 weeks build-out time. How long will it take for the equipment to come in itself?
The radio equipment itself is 6 weeks to be delivered from the time the order is placed. So it'll take 6 weeks for the radio equipment to be built and delivered. Then it has to be installed after that. So every little bit helps for making sure we can stay on time and on budget for this project. Mm-hmm. The other problem with Motorola radio equipment, as you know, Counselor, from working in public safety, is they have price increases out of nowhere. And the price has already creeped up a little bit on this project while we were trying to get everything lined up. Each radio went up about $20,000 in the time that we were trying to get everything designed and set up. Right. So there's no telling when the prices will go up again, because they raise all the time.
Right. So this is definitely a very time-sensitive issue. Mr. President, let me also say that I'm further delighted to see that we have saved another $100,000 from the construction. And as before, as I asked Patrick, I also would like to have this amount of $900,000 to be included on the itemization savings that I requested under item number 10. So with the goal that we can duplicate this in future projects. So my compliments on everyone involved in those savings. Mr. President, as most of you, my colleagues know, I am a paramedic. And I do share Commissioner's sense of urgency on this. If I may briefly say in 30 seconds or less to say that with the dispatch center, it's critical. It's critical not only, it's a link, it's a link in the chain of events, and it starts with calling 911. Not only do we gather the information, but it's also passed accordingly to the police, fire, or to EMS. For us EMS providers, even to the police and firefighters, when we receive the call, they are the eyes and ears. And we start formulating plans, whether it be a medical plan, whether it be a firefighter's plan, or a police response, according to the information that we get. And it could become very, as the commissioner can sure attest to, it can become very complicated rather quickly. So having everybody in one place, it simplifies supervision, it simplifies everything, and it will be a great gain for the city of Springfield to have everything in one place. I realize that we need to
exercise financial prudence as much as humanly possible for the benefit of the taxpayers. This particular project, I think, is one of the projects that should go through immediately. With that, I would ask if we can reconsider passing this forward. Otherwise, I will be voting against sending it to committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Councilor Walsh on the motion, followed by Councilor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Davila, because I also believe that there's a sense of urgency with the bond for the dispatch. I think Commissioner Calvi has outlined that, but I think any of us that have had to make an emergency call, we'd like to have it go through right away. And I think we'll be possibly saving lives and improving people's health if we work quickly on this bond. So I'm going to oppose the move to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Allen.
President, thank you. For the record, I support the idea 100%. I support this issue as the chairman of public safety. I think that it's a great idea. I think it's very necessary, and I support it. What I don't support, however, and what I'm not certain that I support, is where the money's coming from. We often have these conversations anytime that we're faced with a decision as to where we're going to spend these unexpended bond proceeds. I remember very vividly last year where I said that I wanted to use some of the money to go towards private ways. I was told at the time that we couldn't use that particular bond because it was a 5-year debt, and that the private ways would require a 20-year debt, which is exactly what we're talking about this evening. We're talking about 20-year debt. I believe it's $1 million, $1.9 million that we're being asked to spend tonight, plus an additional $800,000 that we haven't decided where we're going to spend. Can you imagine how many private ways we can pave with that money? We all get the phone calls from our constituents. We all get phone calls from people complaining, I live on a dirt road, I live on a private way, when is the city going to pave my street? And we can't tell them that we don't have the money. We have the money. We just choose to spend it in other places. And that's the issue that I have with this. There are other ways to fund these projects. We can use CPA to fund the golf courses. We can use general fund money. We can use free cash. There are other ways that we can, the other funding avenues, PAYGO, right? There are other avenues that we can use to fund these projects. But when it comes to private ways, there are very, very limited ways that we can fund private ways, Mr. President, which is why I want to have this conversation in committee. I'd rather not have it tonight because it's a lengthy conversation. What other avenues have we explored to fund this particular project? Because very rarely do we get an opportunity to actually have money for private ways. This is an opportunity tonight that we have to address a concern, an issue that we have all dealt with regarding our constituents who live on private ways.
Councilor, could I clarify something there?
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you. So the issue with the 20-year term is that's longer. So private ways under DLS guidelines are for 5 years. So we would need debt left over from police vehicles or something with a very short term. So it's not that the private ways need 20-year debt. You can always go shorter on debt. You can't go longer. So that's the issue. We very rarely have 5-year debt left because we know the price of the police vehicles or fire trucks when we're ordering them. We have money left over for 20-year debt because we're borrowing for a construction project that's midway through completion, and that's how we end up with the unexpended proceeds.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say we couldn't put these towards private ways or even public roadways because those are 15-year term limits.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos.
So, Mr. President, that's a different explanation that was given to us last year. I remember the conversation again very vividly. We were told that we couldn't use 5-year debt, and we were told that the money that we voted to spend last year regarding another bond, that we couldn't use that for private ways. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know which one is accurate, But I will tell you that you have all heard me talk about private ways at length every year since I've been elected to the city council. And every time that this conversation comes up, I ask, where's our plan? What is the city's plan for private ways? Let me see a plan. You know, let's just talk about what our plan is to pave these dirt roads and to pave all of these private ways. Show me what we're gonna pave next year, what we're gonna pave, and where the money's gonna come from. Can we use this bond? Can we use that bond? Can we put together a bond request specifically for dirt roads and private ways? I ask for this every time that we have this conversation, and to this day, in my 7 years on the council, I haven't received anything. So that's the conversation that we need to have. And I would like to see what the city's plan is for private ways.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. President. I have just a quick question on the total cost of the project to create this consolidated dispatch center. What is the total cost, and is it budgeted at all in this year's budget?
I can answer that, Counselor. So the budget for the project is $900,000, and no, there hasn't been any general fund money set aside for the project.
So based on the estimate we have for the project, this one item would cover the cost of the project?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Once again, I want to say that I want to commend. I understand all my colleagues' issues. You know, we all have issues, but basically, we have issues in our areas, and it's where we sleep at. Why I say this, where I sleep at in Ward 4, just a few days ago, 3 days ago, my car was stolen. So my car's stolen. I've been calling. It's very difficult to get dealing with dispatch, and not just me. I have a lot of people in 4A, 4B. When they try to contact dispatch, it's an issue. So I don't know where other people sleep, but if I can provide services right now, I mean, do I have to recuse myself to help this guy get my car back? Because a lot of times we cut services the wrong way. Not this. Right now, I need my car back. They stole it where I'm from. And I don't know. When I want to call these guys and the people where I come from in my area, we need the funding. And the wait is silly because right now they're chopping my car down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that I understand that this is on a strict time frame, and as I said before, I'm going to try to hold, if it's approved, I'll try to hold the meeting as soon as possible, even as early as next week. What I do want to say is, in the words of my colleague Malo Brown, reach out to me. This has not just became an emergency. This has been an emergency for what, 15 years, 14 years? And so if you know that it's an emergency and you know that we have the bond funds, why not reach out to me ahead of time to schedule a finance meeting if you know there's a possibility that I will go to the finance committee? I don't have a problem scheduling a meeting ahead of time so that we make sure all of the details are worked out in advance. But to come on here on the city council meeting and say how much of an emergency it is when we could have had this conversation a week or two ago, I think that's not productive. And I think that we all need—
You was doing Black Lives Matter stuff.
No. We can't do that. We can't do that.
Malo, and your car isn't the priority here. So if we—
let's not talk about Malo.
Okay, then don't talk Malo. I didn't cut you off when you were talking. This is my time.
Brown.
Don't worry about the issues.
Councilor Whitfield.
Can you just be quiet? Can you just be quiet?
Don't worry about the issues of Ward 4.
Let me finish my comment. Let me finish my comment, please. Thank you. And so I would appreciate it if you know that you have something that's going to be of an urgent nature, to just reach out, and so that we can schedule the meetings ahead of time and get everything clarified before the city council meeting, because I would love to.
I'll call you Councilor Letterman.
But I have.
We are going to exit you from the meeting, Councilor Brown, and I don't want to do that, but you can't keep interrupting.
Commissioner Calvi, I know that this is of urgency.
Apologize,
I'm not
Councilor
opposed
Hirsch.
to it. I just want to say that I'm not opposed to it. I would just appreciate having the conversations before we reach a city council meeting, and so that we can get all the details worked out and we're able to approve it for you in time. That's all, and that'll be my last comment.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do agree with my colleague, Councilor Whitfield. She brings a very good, valid point that the council should be made aware as early as possible with these kind of situations, so that we can properly discuss. I mean, we're talking a saving of $900,000 with this project, $1 million with the golf course. That's $1.9 million. That's a significant significant amount. However, and to Councilor Ramos' point about the private way, it's excellent point. However, those are administration, I'm going to use the word priorities, but here we are. Here we are with a request of $900,000 for a dispatch center for a project that is worth it. And again, me being a paramedic, me being on that other side, I can tell you from the first hand experience how important it is to have an integrated dispatch system and to having a dispatch system that is very efficient. I know we've done the best that we can with what we have, and Commissioner Galbi is in a good track of making it better. Now, if I may say, and I hope that my colleagues will take this into consideration as we vote on this. Here we are in October. Next week, couple of weeks, we're going to start the holiday season. And the one thing that increases during the holiday season is the suicide attempts. Usually depression goes up, suicide attempts goes up, and the dispatch system gets real busy, and everybody gets real busy, fire, police, and EMS. We also appear to be having a second wave of COVID-19, which also means that dispatch system is going to get real busy real soon. So this is why I'm going to be voting. Again, I would urge anybody to consider passing this through today. And I agree, these are very valid conversations, and I agree that we should be made aware of this beforehand. I agree with you 100%. However, on this particular issue, this is an issue that has the potential of actually hurting or helping people's life, unlike the golf course project. So I would urge everybody to please consider passing this through tonight, so that the commissioner can move forward in a very time-sensitive timeline to get this dispatch system up and going. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davila, Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was going to echo some of the statements that were made before me by Councilor Davila and Councilor Whitfield. You know, I'm going to support passing this tonight, but I think that, you know, this is not the first time that this has happened. And I believe that, you know, the communication with the chair of the committee and with other counselors ahead of time would have avoided this situation here this evening. And that's not the fault of Commissioner Calvi. It's just a reality about, you know, the way that certain things have come before the council just in the 3 years that I've been here, and certainly before that as well. One of the questions that I'll have in the committee meeting when we do meet on the golf courses is relative to when the decision was made as to, you know, what the unexpended bond proceeds would be spent on. And I think that, you know, there's ways to find out through our communication exactly when that decision was made and when it could have been brought forward to a subcommittee meeting. So, you know, I hope that we'll be able to have that conversation. But to the point of our colleague, Councilor Davila, of course, who works in this field every day, and I happen to have a little bit of familiarity with the dispatch system just because of some of the previous work that we had done. It is a very important issue. It's one that I can support spending the needed funds on, and so I will do that. But it doesn't alleviate the fact that we really do need to improve the communications around these types of particular issues. One other thing I'd point out is that I was glad to hear that this will also consolidate the supervision. I know that we just a couple of months ago needed to expend some OT relative to the management of dispatch just because of the nature of the two separate entities. And so hopefully this will help with some of the personnel issues and be able to manage that a little bit better as well. So I think it's again, a learning experience that we need to make very clear with the administration that we can avoid when we are able to communicate a little bit better in advance.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman, Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Williams. On the motion.
I just raised my hand, Mr. President, to ask if you would call the question.
So there's a motion on the floor to call the questions, which supersedes the motion. Actually, we're calling the questions on discussion on the motion to send this to committee. Is that accurate, Councilor Allen? Seconded by Councilor Fenton. Madam Clerk, can you call roll on calling the questions? This requires a 2/3 roll call vote for passage.
On calling the question, Councilor Gomez.
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
No.
No. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
No.
No. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
No.
No. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
No. The motion fails. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Motion made by Councilor Whitfield, seconded by Councilor Ramos. Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just was going to say that I appreciated as well Councilor Davila's points relative to his experience with EMT work. I know you've expressed that stuff to me, Councilor, over the years. With some of the cases you have to deal with, more generally, certainly as they relate to the constituents that we represent. But I do think at this time, in regards to the bond, that if there's anything that residents would, I guess, overlook in regards to their own wants and needs, it would be emergency personnel and care. The opportunity, of course, when they call 911 to, of course, have their cause expedited if possible. And of course, I was going to mention the supervision point, which I think is certainly critical in the sense that if there is opportunity for some money to be saved in the long game, as it relates to that, I think then we're in a better position. So given the urgency, the sense of urgency around this timeline, as well as, again, consolidating services so that dispatch for both police and fire are in the same location, I think that makes sense. And I think our residents would be appreciative of that stance.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Brown on the motion.
I feel if we can do it quick enough, I'm in agreement if we said we can do it quick enough. I just believe that it's an urgency as far as anything that's going on, as far as this subject.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. There's a motion made by Councilor Whitfield, seconded by Councilor Ramos. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to send this item to committee?
On sending this item to committee, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
No.
No. Councilor Fenton?
No.
No. Councilor Curran?
No.
No. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
No.
No. Councilor Williams?
No.
No. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
No.
No. Councilor Edwards?
No.
No. Councilor Brown?
No.
No. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the motion fails. If there are no further questions or comments on the order, Madam Councilor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the motion failed, I do have some questions on the item in particular. As I mentioned, I'm not entirely sold on the idea that this is the funding mechanism that we should be using for this project. I support the item itself. I think it's a very much needed proposal. However, my question is, if it is, because it is such a priority, what other avenues have we looked at to fund this project? What was Plan B if there wasn't an unexpended bond proceed? What was Plan B to get this project going?
Hi, Counselor. I can answer that, or I can try to answer that.
Thank you.
Well, I would say that, when this project started, we didn't know how much work was going to be involved really in consolidating these things. So we had an idea of kind of a smaller budget. And once we got around to kind of digging in to see what was going to be needed to get this consolidation to happen and to upgrade the equipment, and we saw the bigger price tag, and we knew that it would be considered a reconstruction project with a term that could be 20 years, we thought that this would be a good opportunity to use the unexpended bond proceeds that we have to use, because it did fall within the term. So that's why this was an option that was that we decided to move forward with. And I do just want to address the question that you had about private ways. I did speak with TJ. I know he's bringing it to the mayor. I think you might have spoken with him today, he mentioned. So I just want to say I completely hear you with your questions about private ways. And I do want you to know that TJ does plan on bringing it to the mayor this week to see what we can do for that, because we hear you. I know you've brought it up year after year. So I can offer that.
I definitely appreciate that. So I guess if this was plan A, then what is Plan B? If we're not able to fund it with this bond, what other resources, what other avenues will we look at to fund this project?
Well, I think that we would really just go back to the drawing board with the commissioner and TJ and kind of, see if we have any other avenues, see if it's a project that potentially we would have to put on hold. I don't have the answers for you as far as that goes, but, we would just have to go back to the drawing board. As we've had to do before, sometimes it happens that way.
Yes, so I guess I'm torn, Mr. President, because I do support the project, but I after hearing those answers, there are still other options to fund the project. I don't want to necessarily delay, this priority, but I think that this is the type of thing that really bothers me, is the fact that we're not at the table when it comes to how to decide what priorities, what we should prioritize as a municipality when we have free cash, when we have unexpended bond proceeds. How do we prioritize these projects? And because we don't have a seat at that table, at that conversation, and we're not part of that conversation, that's where the frustration comes in. And unfortunately, it's folks and departments that have nothing to do with that conflict that are the ones that are caught in the middle. And this is one of those examples. I wholeheartely support the proposal. I'm not entirely sure that I support where the money's coming from.
Nice, thanks.
Ramos.
Later.
Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you. I'm just gonna have to agree with Councilor Ramos because, we need to have these conversations. If this project was so urgent for 15 years, we've had other funding become available. We've even had free cash some years become available to fund this project. And yet the urgency really just came about when we had the unexpected bond funds available, when we came in under the school projects. I just don't understand how that happens. And whenever it's urgency and it's financial, city council should be involved. So I'm a little bit disappointed that my colleagues didn't feel the same way, and that this 15-year urgency is really urgent today. But I respect it, and I respect their decisions and on why they made them. But however, we've had 15 years. This has never been on the table in front of us before as being urgent. Well, the 2 years I was here, and I've been in the finance department in the past 15 years, and I didn't hear about this urgent 15-year project when I worked there either. And so it's just a little bit concerning to me why we've never discussed it. I just wanted to also ask Council President Hurst, what happens if we suspend Rule 19 in this situation?
If you suspend Rule 19, then we won't be able to pass this order, which requires 2 steps until the next time that we meet, unless we have a special meeting.
2 steps?
It requires 2 steps, yes. It requires 2 passages of this body. So when we suspend Rule 19, that allows us to pass the order in 1 vote. If 1 person objects to Rule 19, then it will require us to pass first step tonight, and then we will take the second step to pass the order at our next regular meeting.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Davila.
Yes, Mr. President. Again, I'm going to say that I do believe that both Councilor Ramos and Councilor Whitfield have a very extremely good point. And I also shared what I can be their frustration. I agree. With that being said, if I have heard of this project, talk of a project to consolidate dispatch for a while now. So this just didn't come up out of the blue. Do I think it could have been notified better? Yes. It's a critical project. As I mentioned before, unlike the park itself or the golf course, this does have the direct potential of affecting people's lives, our residents, and including our first responders. And I say that not only as a first responder myself, but as a council here in the city, that this is something that we need. I don't exactly like how we got here, but here we are. I do believe that we should pass this. I would hate to see some sort of parliamentary procedure being used to derail this critical project, because this is, to me, I'm not looking at this as politics. This will hurt or help people's life. I will urge everybody to please pass this tonight. I agree with all of you how we got here, but we are here, and this is a very sound project that is worthy of passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the rule on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up, and call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in 1 vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 11, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting the order, on approving the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
You have to
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
No, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is bills of prior year from various departments in the amount of $789.55.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Thank you. Lindsay Hackett, Deputy CAFO, 80 Tamarack Drive. This order is to pay two bills of prior year, one for the police department and one for DPW, totaling $789.55.
Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is on an order authorizing the Mass Development Financing Agency to provide financing.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Good evening, councilors. Brian Connors from the Economic Development Office, 274 Springfield Street. This item allows Mass Development to offer industrial development bond financing to a business that is seeking to relocate to Springfield. The reason they require city approval is that Mass Development doesn't offer this program in places that are already served by a municipal industrial development financing authority. We had such an authority in Springfield many years ago. It's no longer active, it's defunct, but just to be sure they've covered their guidelines appropriately, Mass Development has requested a formal approval of the item by the city so they can move forward on a financing package with the business.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Seeing none, this requires a roll call majority vote for passage. Excuse me, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving item number 13, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a collective bargaining agreement ratification.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yep. Good evening, councilors. Bill Mahoney, Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations, 144 Parker Lane, Ludlow. I'm here to speak on this item.
The floor is yours.
This is a one-year contract between the city and the Springfield Police Supervisors Association. The association represents sergeants, lieutenants, and captains in the Springfield Police Department. Their most recent contract covers the period of July 1, 2017 to June 30th, 2020. This agreement would cover the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. There is we began negotiations on this contract actually back in February of 2020. We had 3 in-person negotiation sessions before COVID hit us to the point where we really weren't going back to the table again. And then we picked it up again this fall with a lot of phone calls and emails and at least one meeting. So the contract would eliminate the highlights of this contract. It would eliminate the agency fee language in the contract, which is required under the Janus decision, which was a Supreme Court decision a couple of years ago, where public sector unions really can't require an employee to pay an agency fee anymore. The second thing that it does is, importantly, it extends the internal investigations language in the contract from 90 days to 120 days for the period of time to bring interdepartmental charges against a member. And then finally, and one of the things that got this contract going this fall was we wanted to have an assessment center in addition to a civil service exam for our applicants for the police captain's position. So civil service gave an exam in September for promotions to the captain rank. We wanted to add to that an assessment center, and through our negotiations, the parties have agreed that in addition to the civil service test, for those who pass the test, they'll be subject to an assessment center. There are about 70 or so members in this bargaining unit, and the salary increase is 1.5% retro to July 1, 2020.
Thank you. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have not had an opportunity to address this issue in my committee. As chairman of the Public Safety Committee, I will at the appropriate time make a motion to send this to committee so that we can have a lengthy conversation. But before I do that, Mr. President, I just want to make a couple of comments as to why I find this contract problematic. We've all read the DOJ report regarding the Springfield Police Department, and subsequently we've all read the articles that followed that, one of which was in the Boston Globe, which called the Springfield Police Department one of the, I believe it's the Boston Globe. If I'm mistaken, please, I apologize, but called the Springfield Police Department one of the worst, or the worst police department in the country. One of the things that was mentioned in the DOJ report, they went through the entire, everybody's familiar with what they said about the narcotics unit. If you go to the very end of the report, there are 4 very specific recommendations that the DOJ made, one of which refers to an item that is in this contract. One of the recommendations that was made in this tentative agreement is Article 5.02, which is to replace 90 days with 120 days in both instances. I will read that portion of the contract to you in a second. Disciplinary action. All departmental charges against a unit member shall be initiated no later than 90 days following the alleged offense, and hearing on said charge shall be held within a reasonable time thereafter. In the event that the charge is initiated subsequent to 90 days, as set forth above, the city will have the burden to prove that such delay was caused by circumstances beyond the control of the department, which rendered the initiation of charges impracticable within the time period specified herein above. So the tentative agreement says that that will be changed to 120 days. What the DOJ report says is it mentions that pursuant to the Patrol Officer and Supervisors Union, CBA, IIU has a 90-day time frame to finish investigations, which is short when compared to other law enforcement agencies. Recommendation number 4 under the DOJ report says SPD should also address the fact that the administrative charges can be dismissed due to timeliness issues. We all remember, we all know the name Greg Bigda. Greg Bigda was not disciplined because of he was not disciplined because of this provision, according to the former commissioner, because of this provision in the contract. We were not able to, because we didn't catch him within those 90 days. The average person, Mr. President, doesn't have the luxury of getting away with a crime, of getting away with breaking a policy if they're not caught within 90 days. In fact, the statute of limitations in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts says that injury to a person has a statute of limitation of 3 years. But in the police department, apparently that's just 90 days and now 120 days. The average person doesn't have the luxury of getting away with breaking the rules if they're not caught within a certain 90-day period or 120-day period. And I don't see why police officers should be any different. If you commit a crime, if you break the rules, you should be held accountable. Whether or not the videotape or the evidence comes out within 90 days, within 180 days, within 8 months, they should be held accountable. And so, in my opinion, Mr. President, I would prefer to have that language completely eliminated from the contract. And if there has to be a time frame, and if the patrolmen's or the supervisors union insist on having a time frame, that it should be equal to what everybody else is, which is 3 years. But again, Mr. President, my preference would be to send this to committee. I'll be happy to hold a committee meeting before the next regular meeting. But as it stands right now, Mr. President, I do not support this contract.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos, Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill, I just have a couple of questions about the assessment of the officers. So they will take the civil service exam and then they will go through this assessment process. Now, who would administer the assessment?
Yeah, so they would only go through the assessment center if they pass the civil service test. Mm-hmm. And then once they've passed, we'll be putting out an RFP for a vendor to handle the assessment center. That's something we don't do in-house. We have an outside vendor. These companies do this all the time, and then they'll bring in assessors and create the exercises, and then they run the candidates through the exercises.
Okay, now so based on the assessment, will that trump the civil service exam? Will there be a scoring mechanism? How would we know, like, someone scored 98 on the civil service, but scored, pretty low on assessment? Is it an average? How would that work?
That's a great question, Counselor. We're using a 40-40-20 split on that. So 40% of your passing civil service grade, 40% of your assessment center grade, and 20% of your education and experience as calculated by the Human Resources Division out of Boston.
Education and experience, okay. And so I want to just take you back a minute, 2016 civil service exam. I think it was I'm not sure if it was for the captain or lieutenant role, but there was 3 people that passed the civil service exam. Do you know how many of those were people of color?
I don't know what you're referring to.
There was a civil service exam, and I think it was for the captain's position. I'm not 100% sure if it was captain or lieutenant, but out of the 3, I know that 2 that ranked the highest were minorities. They were Black. And then again in 2018, there was civil service exam. I believe that was given, and there was 7 positions. I'm not sure if it's lieutenant or captain, but I will get that for you. There was 7 positions, and out of those, 5 were minorities. And so I watched a video of Commissioner Clapperud, and she said, we don't need people who score high on civil service exams. We need, people who are great leaders or something. And so it hasn't been until recently that we didn't need people that score high on civil service exam. And it seems like this need didn't come about until a lot more minorities were scoring higher on these civil service exams. And so that's concerning to me. I don't know why the assessment all of a sudden is the crucial need to promote officers to the next level, and it hasn't been in the past. And so I have a little bit of concern about that, and I have more questions about that, and I want to make sure I get all my facts straight about that. And so I would also support this going to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Williams, followed by Councilor Davila. I see Councilor Brown, you have your hands raised. I do want to get Councilor Fenton in, who unfortunately is having a little difficulty raising his hand. So we'll put Councilor Fenton after Councilor Walsh, who I see has her hand raised. Councilor Williams, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only downside to raising your hand in the queue is sometimes your colleagues say exactly verbatim what you were going to say. So I certainly want to go back to what Councilor Ramos stated, because I certainly was going to bring that up as an issue for me, just in regards to the time frame for the departmental charges to be brought forth. With power comes also great responsibility, and in any one of our 9 to 5s, if we committed some act that was not conducive to the policies of that organization, then we would be held accountable. And of course, working in the nonprofit sector, I feel I'm doing good as to serving the community, just as a police officer probably would see themselves serving the community as well. So the double standard that exists for cops who should know what they're getting into and signing on to when they do enter into a contract and choose to be a police officer as their career choice, comes some responsibility as well, with their badge. So with that being said, I certainly feel that the 120 days still does not serve justice, to Councilor Ramos's point. The statute of limitations being 3 years, if not the full duration of that, then something similar to that in regards to something I would feel comfortable with. And the contract's current form, I could not vote for this favorably, because I feel that, again, there's a double standard that exists for folks who sometimes wear a badge, and yes, they serve our community and they serve our community well, those folks who choose to do it well. But with that being said, if there is some wrongdoing, then accountability should matter. I don't feel comfortable with the 120 days. And just a follow-up question I'll ask to that is, what caused the increase? What recognition was there within this union to raise it at all? Was there a response to the public? Can you just please give me some insight into that?
So if I can respond quickly on that, just to be clear, this is not about criminal charges. I want to make sure that everyone on the council is aware.
I get it.
It's about disciplinary charges being brought under the rules and regulations of the department.
Yes.
This was a proposal from the employer. We had put a proposal out there to expand the 90 days to a longer period of time to give IAU additional time to investigate. And this was the compromise that we reached with the union for the increase.
I appreciate that information, but I still, again, would vote to send this to committee to talk about if there's any leniency with that time frame. I don't think 120 days is acceptable, especially citing the bigger case, which of course.
Councilor, excuse me. I really got to caution the council not to be talking about any individual employees of the city.
But it's public knowledge. Public knowledge, Bill. Public knowledge.
I would just advise you not to. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be brief. As Councilor Williams just mentioned, great minds think alike, and I have similar questions to his line of thinking. First, this whole optics about increasing the time, I don't like it. I don't like the optic of this. I agree that it sends a double standard message. But getting to my more specific question, Bill, if I may, Mr. Mahoney, So this is only for disciplinary charge. So if we fall outside of 120 days and a resident comes up and wants to make a complaint over criminal matter, and who will investigate it with the police department? What will that look like? Is that going to prevent them from being? I realize that for discipline, it just seems to me that this is really, really limiting people's ability to file a complaint. Did you follow my question?
If someone brought a criminal matter to the department's attention 6 months after it occurred, we would start investigating then. The clock for us from the interdepartmental charges wouldn't start until we know about it. So even though it occurred 6 months before, we'd have 120 days, and we would probably hold that while the criminal matter went forward. That's typically what happens. And if there's an indictment, there's an automatic suspension of the person from the department without any pay while the criminal charges are pending against them.
I'm sorry, would you mind saying the 120-day time clock starts ticking when?
When we become aware of the allegation.
So that could be 6 years down the road, somebody makes a complaint, the city has 120 days to investigate it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I still have more questions on that, but I do agree this are things that should be talked about in committee. But if I just turn my attention real quick to the assessment center, so you say it's going to be 40, 40, and 20 for the new change, and I believe Councilor Whitfield, what you were referring to before was commissioners say, "I need good leaders, not good taste takers." I believe that was the line that was used in the paper. But what's the rationale behind this move? What has happened? Because I mean, it seems to me that the commissioner was saying before that she was pretty happy with the quality of the supervisors that have been coming out under her leadership. So I'm just wondering, why are we making these changes now?
Well, I want to back up to the first part of your question and draw your attention to the language in the contract. I'm going to get to the assessment center in a second. The city will have the burden to prove that such delay was caused by circumstances beyond the control of the department. This goes to your part of the question about, if a crime was committed and it didn't come to our attention until 6 months after the fact. The language in the contract says we got to get it done within 120 days of the alleged offense. However, if we don't know about it because, it was never brought to our attention, that's when that second section kicks in, which says the burden's on us, but we're going to say, well, we didn't know about it because the complaint didn't move forward. So that's when the clock's going to start ticking, and then we can run with it.
Before you jump to the second part of the question, if I may quickly, so 120 days for the officers. What is it like for the regular officers now? How much time do they have?
In the patrolman's office, in the patrolman's unit?
Yeah.
It's 60 and 90 days. I believe it's 60 days to complete the investigation and 90 days to hold the hearing, or vice versa.
Okay. All right. What about the second part of my question, sir, regarding the assessment?
So the assessment center, and again, we've used these in the past on occasion. So I believe we did the district, the deputy chief of the police department. We used an assessment center for that promotion, and I think we've got two of the three deputy chiefs. I think were chosen through an assessment process that we currently have. And the thought was because the captains, which are the smallest of the three groups in that collective bargaining unit, have such great authority, we thought we really want to use the assessment center because we'll be able to run them through their paces on a number of different items and see how they handle not only a civil service test, but also a bunch of different exercises to see if they can actually handle the job.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maloney. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila, Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Walsh, and then Councilor Fan.
Yes, I want to definitely thank my colleagues for all their insight. one thing I want to stress is what my colleague, Counselor Whitfield, mentioned. When you said education, you see, she wimps, and I do also. I agree with her on this one. It's not about educating, it's about life skills and how do you serve and protect? How do you get along? I'm a cop kid. So sometimes it just seems like if you can just put it in layman's terms, can we at least teach them how to say things nicely? It just seems like it's just so much aggression, and it doesn't seem like we can all get along. So when we select a lot of these people to protect and serve us, I don't believe that it should be just solely based as far as the promotions and how we pick them on the education level. What are their life skills? How well are they interacting with the other constituents and the people in the community? Just because they're a straight edge private school guy who connected, who are straight cut and narrow, you're going to make them cops. They might not know how to interact in a particular area. And it is based on life skill. So when Counselor Whitfield speaks on when you select them based on their college and education and things like that, we have to go deeper than that. We have to know, I mean, can they actually interact in a certain area? Can they patrol in a certain area? So it's about life skills. I think we have to concentrate more on the life skills and just how can we get them to be a little nicer in layman terms.
Thank you, Councilor Brown, Councilor Walsh, followed by Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill, I just have kind of a general question on the bargaining itself. If it's not approved, I mean, then what happens next? What's the next step?
If it's not approved, I'll notify the union and we'll go back to the table and we'll continue bargaining. Certainly they could file for mediation if they wanted to, or the city could. If the mediation did not get us to a contract, they can file for information with the Joint Labor Management Committee, and then we go through a pretty lengthy process to come up with a contract issued by an arbitration panel and then submitted to the City Council.
Okay, well, just for general knowledge, but in order to get to this point today where you've brought forward this collective bargaining agreement, you've already had a lot of discussions back and forth and compromises, I would imagine.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Councilor Fenton, followed by Councilor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill, can you talk to us about the raises for a second?
Sure. It's a 1.5% cost of living increase effective on July 1, 2020.
Thank you. Okay. And is the body cam policy a part of this agreement?
It's already in the, we already have that in the existing contract. We have a policy. There has been a modified policy that the department has issued with a lot more definition to it that we've been in discussions with both unions about.
And is the residency language in this contract same as before?
Yep, there's the language that the council approved, that's in there.
We worked a long time on that. Have they agreed to the ban on chokeholds, Bill?
That has not been something that my office has been involved in. In fact, I don't think that there are any choke. I thought that was already something that the department doesn't engage in. I thought that, just from my memory, I'm not really involved in it, but I thought I read something on that.
Have they agreed to appear before the CPHB when summoned to do so for disciplinary inquiries in an advisory capacity?
I'm not certain what the question really is.
So
I'm sorry, Counselor.
the question is, does the collective bargaining agreement bind them to attend a CPHB hearing if they're asked to attend?
If they're the subject of a CBHB hearing, they're going to be there.
Okay. So, and the final question, are they subject to the social media policy?
Yes.
My 2 cents, sidebar, we're having some issues with that. I don't know that we really need a social media policy anymore. And that'll be something I'm very interested in talking about in the committee meeting when it happens.
You're here.
Mr. President, to summarize, the raises are modest. We have body cams. We have a social media policy that is now causing great controversy and hurt across the city, but was approved with great fanfare at the time that it was enacted a few years ago. We have residency for the supervisors, which is something that we fought for a generation. We have amended practice and policies in the departments that clarify the ban on chokeholds. That effort was led by Councilor Ramos. We have a current inquiry that the council has raised regarding the appropriate disciplinary authority, whether it be the CPHB or the Board of Police Commissioners. That's not the problem with the supervisors. And we now have this increase from 90-day inquiry to 120-day. So there is substantial progress. And I just want to go back to a comment that was made at the very beginning of this discussion by Councilor Ramos. He referenced a Boston Globe article and insinuated that we may or may not have the worst police department in the country. And I'm insulted by that because that is not the case. We have made tremendous progress, a lot of which has been at the direction and the guidance of this council, and a lot of which you, Councilor Ramos, have led on to increase transparency and to have a department that we can be more proud of. Certainly, we got a lot of warts, and they're being fully exposed in this moment in this country, appropriately so. And we have to continue to address them. But the quote that is continuously thrown around from the Boston Globe article, I want to take exception to, because that was not a part of the DOJ report. It was a quote by an attorney, Matthew Siegel, who I know well and have worked with. And the quote was, the U.S. Department of Justice didn't pick Springfield to make an example out of them, says Matthew Siegel of the American Civil Liberties Union. It was chosen, he said, because it's one of the worst police departments in the country. Now, the ACLU provides a great community service. They fight for American civil liberties. But as a part of their business model, they have lawsuits against police departments, and Springfield's no example. Mr. Siegel is making a position for his client, just as he did in a lot of other cases, particularly a Netflix series that I saw recently on some, inappropriate activity that was happening in the Amherst area. So we don't have the worst police department in the country. We have made tremendous progress. I do not oppose a move to committee. There's certainly some things I'd like to talk about in here, but I do want to just highlight that fact, and I couldn't let it go unaddressed, Mr. President. So that's all I have to say on the issue.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I did not take a position on whether or not I agree with the Boston article. I was just simply mentioning the Boston Globe article that called, the headline of that article called the city of Springfield the worst police department in the country. That's an embarrassment to us, right? That headline and that article was an embarrassment to our city. This DOJ report was a huge embarrassment to our city, Mr. President. I just have one quick question before I get to my motion. Attorney Mahoney, I just want to clarify, the 1.5% raise is simply for the cost of living and not in exchange for any changes in this contract. Is that correct?
It's just a straight cost of living. It's just all part of the package.
Okay. So we're not paying for any changes made in this contract.
Well, it's kind of an academic exercise. I mean, you can say, well, it was a quid pro quo for that, or you can just say it was 1.5% across the board for the changes that are in that tentative agreement. So there are certain things in there that they wanted, certain things that we wanted, and one of the things they wanted was an increase. And I wanted some changes to the contract.
So I guess you can call it whatever you want, but I think what we call it matters. I think what we're paying for matters, and we need to clarify what exactly we're paying for. There was a DOJ recommendation. They were essentially saying that this specific part of the contract should not have been in the contract. And so I don't want to pay to make any changes to that part of the contract. We should make it regardless, and there should be no compensation for this change.
Well, there's, I'm not, this is the start of a new series for bargaining. I mean, most of our contracts are through July 30th, 2020. A few of them are a little bit later than that, 21 or even 22. So we're just starting this new cycle now. We're starting with the supervisors. So we're getting a contract for 1 year at 1.5%, which is reasonable. These are employees that have been, coming in every single day during COVID. They're not, they're really giving it all for the city. And part of the collective bargaining process is, there's going to be some give and take. And, they're asking for a wage increase, which is not unusual. And we're asking for some changes. And we've agreed to the changes. So it's all part of, to me, it just seems to be pretty regular collective bargaining. There's nothing exceptional about this process here. And again, I guess my last point on that is keep in mind that, we don't have, any type of unilateral authority over how this is going to turn out. If we can't make a deal, as I was saying to Councilor Walsh, the next step is mediation. And the step after that is interest arbitration, where a panel of arbitrators come in and decides what the contract looks like. And then we got to go back to the council again.
So I'm not sure that answers my question. Again, I'm not opposed to agreeing to a 1.5% increase for cost of living. What I won't do is agree to a 1.5% increase to make a change that had already been recommended by the Department of Justice of the United States of America, who investigated our police department and said that this provision should have never been in the contract. So I'm not going to compensate these officers, these supervisors, to follow the recommendation of the DOJ. Mr. President, that's besides the point. I'm going to make a motion that this be sent to committee. As I mentioned earlier, my initial statement, I'm not going to support this contract with this language in it. In my opinion, if it comes back to us with a 120-day provision, 150-day provision, 180-day provision, in my opinion, it's dead on arrival. I will not support that. I will start the negotiation at 3 years, because that is the average. That is the statute of limitations for the average person, and police officers should not be any different. But like I said, I will keep my word. I will have this conversation in committee, and we'll go from there. So, Mr. President, I make a motion to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Ramos has made a motion to send this item to committee. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Gomez. Is there any discussion on the motion? I still see your hand raised. Councilor Allen.
Did you say?
Thanks, Mr. President. Did you just call on me?
It's Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Bill, I just wanted some clarification on the supervisor contract. Who does this contract, as far as rank goes, what ranks does it include as far as the police ranking?
It includes the sergeants, the lieutenants, and the captains.
Sergeant, lieutenants, and captains. And how often do they take the civil service exams?
I believe the exams are given about every 2 years.
Every 2 years. And there was like a civil service exam this year, or will there be? Or
there was a captain's exam this September, last month.
This September. And so that means there was a captain's exam in 2018 and there was a captain's exam in 2016. Is that correct?
I'm assuming. I couldn't say for certain.
Is that something you can find out?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
when you find that out, can you also find out, I'm not going to ask for, I guess, the personal information, although it's public. Can you find out who was promoted those years for the subcommittee meeting, if this goes to subcommittee?
Yep.
And can you do the same for sergeant and lieutenant?
Yep.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield, Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Brown on the motion to send to committee.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Bill, what was the purpose of going to the 1 year when it's normally 3? Is it just because you were trying to get something done this year? Well, just put it in your words.
Yeah, I have some concerns, and I believe they're shared by others in the administration as to what the second, third, and perhaps a fourth year would look like. So until there's more certainty in the budget process, particularly with the state budget, we thought it was prudent just to go 1 year.
Is that true of other contracts as well, or is that specifically to this contract?
This is the first one's up. This is the first one that is up in this series of contracts.
Okay.
So we have a number of contracts that have expired on June 30th, 2020. Some I am actively negotiating at the table right now, and some have not come to the table at this point. A lot of folks were looking at coming to the table, and they just decided to step away and wait to see where the dust settles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen, Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Davila on the motion.
I just really want to speak on the fact that being a cop kid, when I was a child, I grew up in Ward 4, but I originated in Indian Orchard. And my father had a cop salary. And it was roaches, and we went through the ranks as a family. And I respect and protect the badge and the shield. But when push came to shove, eventually the racial disparity and disconnection did affect our family, where my father, based on who he was and what he brought to the table, I could see certain things that wasn't done fairly. So when Councilor Ramos and Councilor Whitfield and my colleagues speak of certain things, I'm a cop kid, so I lived through it. Sometimes I think right now it has to be who is getting these positions. So that's the only reason why I agree with my colleague or Councilor Ramos, because it's been a very hard struggle for us to identify who represents us in the right areas. I commend the police force and how they protect and serve us. But what I would want to do is, and if we can do it, I would ask, would you guys be willing to start a black, something black within the police commission? I know you guys have, I know Ahmad Sharif, a police, I know it's okay to name drop. He wanted to start a committee with minorities who could actually represent themselves within the police force. Is that something that we can maybe divert some funding in, where we might have a black committee, black and brown committee that can represent us within the police force? And I would feel 100% confident with that. I want to right now not go against the police, but try to build them. So if we can look into maybe making like a black commission for police officers within the police officers, is that something we can do?
Attorney Mahoney.
I'm not really certain what the counselor is asking the city to do here. If the employees want to form their own association, African American police officers, and certainly they can do that. They can't bargain with the city because there is an exclusive bargaining agent, but certainly they could bring issues of their concern either to the union or to the police administration. But as far as actual bargaining goes, that can only be done with the exclusive representative of the bargaining unit.
Is there a way to create something is what I want to know.
Well, I don't think that's the role of the city. I think that would be the role of the employees themselves. And I would be concerned that if the city took a role in that, and if any of the reasons for the forming of the organization were to talk about wages, hours, or terms and conditions of employment, then I think we would have an unfair labor practice.
That's not what I mean, and I respect your answer. I would just want to know, would you be willing to help individuals in the Black and brown community start a Black and brown union within the police station, and we'll support it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be legal for a number of reasons to have a Black and brown union. There's a couple of reasons on that right up. But as far as having an association
who try to do
officers, yeah, to have an association, I think they could do that. That's really something that they should form on their own, and it may well exist in other police departments.
Okay, that's all I'm asking, because I mean, I want to be able to have an entity within the police department to represent, some of the issues that are going on within the community. And I do know individuals, and I won't go on record, who want to do it, but they're afraid to based on the racial tension. So I'm just asking if we can all get together. It's all live, everybody can see it. So I ask you, if there are Black and brown individuals who want to start something to represent them, are you willing to do so?
Again, they can form any organization that they want, but as far as actually representing in a collective bargaining standpoint, they have to be the exclusive representative at this point. That's the law in Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you.
Something that we can talk more about too, Councilor Brown, in subcommittee, where we actually have the commissioner present.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilor Davila on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be joining the vote to send this to the committee. I think we spend a lot of time on this, and usually when we spend this much time on items, usually a good indication that it should go to committee. I do want to, however, ask Mr. Maloney for the next subcommittee meeting, if you could have for us the racial makeup of promotions within the supervisory ranks, going back 5 years, if that's possible. Yeah, I think it will give it perspective. I am still a little confused with this assessment center. And with that being said, Mr. Maloney, well, first of all, I'm sure that's something you could do. You could get us a data, correct?
Are you asking for the names of the officers that are sergeants, lieutenants, and captains for the last 5 years?
No, just the racial makeup. How many Latinos, how many Afro-Americans, how many whites, how many Asians, just the makeup. Sure. For every category, from sergeant on to deputy. As usually the commissioner is appointed by the mayor. Mr. Maloney, I just want to pick up on something that Councilor Fenton said a little while ago. he asked that, or well, in response to one of his questions, you asked that this assessment is going to cover sergeants, lieutenants, and captains, correct?
No, it's just going to cover the captains.
Just okay, because I was just okay. All right, you clarified that. I thought I heard otherwise. So just the captain. So can you explain to me a little bit of the rationale behind that? Why do we have an assessment for captain and not for the other two sergeants and lieutenants?
Because of course the captain is the highest rank in the department in that bargaining unit. It's just below the deputy chief. It's just below the commissioner, and the captains have a great deal of authority and responsibility. So the thought is that we will use the assessment center so that we not only have a civil service exam, but we also have practical exercises that the captains or the lieutenants who are running or trying for captain need to perform, and then they are graded by an outside entity of command officers from other departments who talk about how well these people have scored on it. That's the process. So the Springfield Police Department is not involved in scoring these captain candidates. These are done by outside agencies, and actually the exam itself is conducted by an outside agency.
Right. But the sergeants and the lieutenant.
Yeah, it would be too at this point. It's pretty expensive, and because we have so many candidates for lieutenant and so many candidates for sergeant, it would be an extremely lengthy process and a very expensive process for the city. So we want to start it with the captains, and then if we can, we may look at the lieutenants. For sergeants is probably out of the question because there's too many candidates.
Okay, so Jim, I got more questions, but I'm going to ask them in committee. But the sergeants and the lieutenants are part of this contract, correct?
They are. Sergeants and lieutenants are in this contract. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you could get that information for us, the racial makeup. And as I mentioned, Mr. President, I do have more questions regarding to the assessment, but I will serve those for committee, and I will be joining my colleagues in sending this to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. There was a motion made by Councilor Whitfield, seconded by Councilor Gomez. Madam Clerk, can you please call the item to committee?
On sending item number 14 to committee, Councilor Gomez. On sending item number 14 to committee, Councilor Gomez. Absent. Councilor Whitfield.
I just wanted to clarify that the motion was made by Councilor Ramos, not me, but yes.
Okay. It was made by Councilor Ramos and seconded by Councilor Gomez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Davila on the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
No.
No. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
I was having connectivity issues. I apologize. My vote is to vote to committee. Apologize.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Councilor Brown on the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, this will be sent to the Public Safety Committee. Madam Clerk, please call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is an order approving a CPC recommendation for Duggan Park.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
Yes, it's Bob McCarroll, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee, 96 Elliott Street. I think the councilors all received the packet that we left in their mailbox, and I believe the City Council office then emailed you the electronic copies, and I think that Focus Springfield has a little presentation to put up as I speak. So we are pleased to be here for the third year in a row to present our recommendations. There are 15 projects scattered across 10 of the city's 17 neighborhoods. Next slide. I really want to thank my fellow committee members, which are Lamar Cook, the neighborhood representative, Gloria DeFilippo, the planning rep, David Finn, the historical rep, Juanita Martinez, the conservation rep, Terry Mitchell, a neighborhood rep, Terry Rodriguez, the park commission rep, Ralph Slate and vice chair, a neighborhood rep, Willie Thomas, the housing authority rep, as well as Karen Lee, our administrative person, and Suzanne Joyelle, who is our minute taker. It has been a great team to work with. We received 25 applications this year, met with all of the applicants, asked them questions, got information of them, and then debated what we are referring and making recommendations to you. So next slide, please. So the first project before you is Duggan Park, which is a project proposed by the Department of Parks, Buildings, and Recreational Management. Duggan Park, as you know, was recently transferred from the school department to the park department, and Parks are planning a major renovation, $2.5 million, including a recreation of Plum Field. The Community Preservation Committee is recommending $250,000 from the undesignated fund balance toward the basketball courts, the baseball field, and the community garden. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you. Councilor Williams, I see your hand raised in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Bob, as I mentioned, the subcommittee meeting, this was something that residents who live alongside these corridors were certainly anxious to see in the community for some time. It's a great space that just has not been, built up to its truest potential. So this is certainly great to see that taxpayer dollars are going to fund this. And I am totally in full support and would just certainly urge my colleagues as a representative and a counselor who certainly talks to the people. This is something that they are certainly excited to see. And I can give you that in terms of firsthand knowledge. So I would just, again, recommend this to the greatest potential that I can, and in hopes that my colleagues would see fit to also support this.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Brown, on the order.
I want to commend the work, and I definitely want to commend my colleague, Councilor Williams, and the effort and that he's put forward to this. This is a fantastic project, and I just want to urge my colleagues to definitely support it.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 15, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Gomez, I'll come back. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, on approving the order, can you please call the roll?
On approving order number 15, Councilor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving the CPC recommendation for Elias Brookings Apartments. I just wanted to double check and clarify. Counselors Fenton and Counselors Gomez are abstaining from this item, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am abstaining. I'm recusing myself from this item.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Fenton, you as well?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yeah. Yeah, so once again, it's Bob McCarroll, the Elias Brookings apartment. You know this as the Elias Brookings School that was damaged in the tornado, and the city sold it to Home City Development, who's in the process of putting together the financing to create 42 affordable housing units there. It is a $19 million project, and we are recommending $250,000 to come from the housing reserve.
Thank you. Counselor Brown.
Yes. One thing I want to tell you, when I left Indian Orchard, I went to Brookings Elementary School. I commend my colleagues. It's right above it to my district. This sounds absolutely fantastic. I don't want to sound like our president. That's a joke, guys. But
which president are you referring to, Counselor Brown?
you know, I mean, I'm sorry. I won't. But this is a great project. I commend my colleagues who's working on this, and I would definitely recommend it. It's right above it. I'm so excited about this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 16, Counselor Gomez abstained. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton abstained. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez abstained. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton abstained. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes, and I'd like to say that 3 of my children attended Brookings, and it always has had a history of wonderful teachers, and I hope it will be a great project. Yes.
Thank you, Counselor Walsh. Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
My first school. Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
And to my mother, Walsh, doesn't say my name right, who told me to shut up. She's my mother. It doesn't matter because I went to school with her kids. Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. The order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving a CPC recommendation for historic home restoration program.
So Bob McCarroll again. This is a proposal from the Office of Planning and Economic Development and is put together a grant program that would be available to owner occupants in the McKnight Local Historic District for repairs to original windows and doors and for exterior painting. And it's $200,000 to come from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Letterman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Bob and the entire committee for all of these incredible projects. I really think that this year, the CPC has hit its stride. I think that the projects we're seeing proposed, all of the previous ones have been very positive for the community as well, but I think that the diversity of the projects that are proposed this year are really showing what the CPA is going to be able to do over time. And I think that this particular project really impresses me because I think that it allows for residents to really see the productivity of the CPA. And I think that it's going to serve as a model for what can hopefully become a much more expanded program to other historic districts, and also hopefully under a different category, under the housing category, that could become an assistance program, I hope over time, for homes across the city of Springfield that are in need of this type of repair, because we know what an important asset our historic properties play in the city of Springfield. And we also know that the quality of life of all of our neighborhoods can be impacted by blight, regardless of whether it's a historic district or not. I think that the historic district serves as a particularly unique opportunity to pilot the proposal because, of course, the historic properties do carry a higher cost that can sometimes be out of reach for many of the homeowners who have lived in these homes for many years, and also because they come under a greater scrutiny in terms of what can actually be done, given that they are subject to historic commission guidelines and rules. So I really hope to see this approved tonight, and I hope to see how it goes over the next 360 days with the program, because as I said earlier in my comments, I definitely think this could serve as a model for future and more robust CPA projects of a similar nature. And as I sit here, I'm looking up, I have adorning my office here at home, one of the signs of our past colleague, Councilor E. Henry Twiggs, and I know how much he would be excited to see this project in his home neighborhood as well, to serve as a pilot, hopefully, for historic preservation in the future for our entire city. And then again, hopefully maybe under a different category for homes of all generations. So hope to see this passed, and very excited. I think this really represents what CPA funding can do.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Brown.
Mr. President, I have a general question regarding CPA funds for Bob. Bob, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make the committee meeting. I would have asked you in committee if I was there, but how has this COVID-19 pandemic affected the previously approved CPA projects? Were there any projects that were not able to be completed because of COVID? And if so, what happened to those funds?
Well, I would say, Counselor, that most projects ran into a hiatus because of COVID. The funds, though, CPA funds remain in place until we recommend a project to you and you approve the project. Then we enter a contract drawn by the law department with the applicant. Many of these projects are now coming to us asking for an extension, because most projects, the funding cycle tends to be, we come to you in the autumn, and therefore we tell the applicants you got to be done by November of the next year. So a lot of these projects that got funded last year were supposed to be completed by November of this year, and they're asking for an extension. All of the park projects got delayed. And so, but the money's still there, and as long as they're moving forward and making a good faith effort, the committee is agreeing to extensions on the time for completion.
I'm glad to hear that there is an option to ask for an extension. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Brown.
Bob, I want to commend you on the work that you do. You send me more information than I've ever sent and Bud sent on an election. I'm like, oh my goodness. I appreciate the work you do. Councilor Letterman, I know that he's been working on this particular thing also. When it comes to our constituents, it's an issue. I would love to see porches in that also, because I've had a lot of constituents speak about the matter, but this is just a step. I always explain we got to get one fight, one war at a time. And I commend Bob, I commend Jesse, my new roommate. Yeah, you smiling, you know. This is something that everyone's been fighting for, but we need a little bit more. I want to get, maybe if you can, maybe some of the porches. So I know you guys see this might be a little bit big of a number, but I think, you know, a lot of times we have elderly people who've lived in the community and they're having a hard time keeping things up to code and being able to pay for things. And this is something big because you're talking about my elderly people who I support and Jesse support. Believe me, all you do is got to go and meet his mother, and she I'm gonna make her love me, Jesse. But this is something important to my colleagues. I'm just telling you, we got to do a little bit more. I would want to say to you, can we at least add some of the porch with that next time?
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Bob, did you want to address that briefly?
Well, let me just say this. You know, the kudos for this program, even though we're recommending it to you, really comes from the Office of Planning and Economic Development and their head, you know, Timmy Sheehan, who put the proposal in. If we don't have proposals, we got nothing to recommend to you. And the planning department wanted to start incrementally, because this is the first time in probably 20 years that the city's had a program for homeowners in historic districts. Back in the days when there used to be lots of CDBG money, we had programs in the late 70s and through the 80s. But as CDBG funds were diminished over those years, the program finally disappeared, and we haven't seen an owner-occupied program for a long time. So planning wants to start incrementally. You know, it's limited to owner-occupants, and they want to deal with some of the things that they can more easily oversee, which is repair of window, repair of doors, and paint jobs. I would love to see this program be successful, and we're back next year with planning recommending that they'd like to expand it to more exterior items, or perhaps even expand it to other local historic districts. Absolutely. But for this year, it's incremental progress.
Thank you. Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to agree with Councilor Brown's comments and with Mr. McCarroll, Chairman McCarroll as well. I think we're breaking down a huge barrier with this pilot program, and it is going to be quite a bit of work for the Office of Planning and Economic Development. I think this is going to be one of the first also CPA projects where funds are given directly towards a resident need. And, you know, that's going to require a lot of oversight to make sure that it gets done fairly everything gets tracked appropriately. But I think that the appropriate place for that to come from is the city and the Office of Planning. So I agree. Once they get through their initial period, I really do hope they will expand that. I think Councilor Brown is absolutely right on the porches. And I think that the amount of funds expended could go up greatly. And again, hopefully reach other neighborhoods and maybe under the affordable housing side of things, go into supporting owner occupants of non-historic property for certain repairs, because it really is a great need across the city. And I think that when we think of CPA as a tax program that's very unique, it's a tax program that was essentially approved by the voters of Springfield directly, and the pitch for it was a community benefit. And so I think our constituents in all neighborhoods will be glad to know that their tax dollars in that regard are going to go to building the community collectively and giving a hand up to individuals who may need a little bit of help with their property, especially seniors who have been in those properties for a long time.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 so that we can take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 17, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield. Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez. Absent, Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving CPC recommendation for Smith Art Museum exterior preservation project.
Thank you. Once again, it's Bob McCarroll. This is a proposal that's come from the Springfield Museums, and it is preservation work to stained glass windows in the museum and repairs to masonry and light sconces and decorative metalwork on the main facade. It's a $269,000 project, and the CPC has recommended $165,587 to come from the historic reserve.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding this order? Councilor Ramos.
Mr. President, thank you. I don't have any questions or issues with this item, but I did want to mention something to my colleagues because I brought this up in a previous meeting a few years ago when we were approving CPA projects. This is a project just like the one that we approved a few minutes ago regarding the Brookings School that involves a lot of construction. And as you know, this body passed 2 ordinances recently in the past couple of years relative to putting in requirements for projects that are funded through either a TIF or an HSTIP. And I brought up the idea of making a similar proposal for CPA projects. Just something to consider, nothing that we have to approve tonight. I'm not going to ask for any motions or anything tonight, but in future reference, we should consider implementing some sort of a criteria, a similar ordinance, similar to the TIF ordinance and HSTIP, for CPA capital projects that involve construction projects, because we want to make sure that the money that we're using, for these projects we're talking about taxpayer money. We want to make sure that this money actually goes to responsible employers and employers that are going to be playing by the rules and hiring residents of the city of Springfield, because we are creating jobs through this process. So we want to make sure that we're not giving these funds to, or that this CPA money is not going to go towards funding companies that don't play by the rules. So just something that I wanted to throw out there, something that we can address if councilors would like and would support it, something that we can propose before the next round next year. We can discuss that at a later time, but I just wanted to put it out there.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Brown on the order.
I want to agree with my colleague. One thing about me, I'm a mutt, but I'm black. If you watch me run across the street, you're going to say a black man. But I have kids who are mixed, who are white. I have family who are Puerto Rican. We come from Indian. Sometimes I think when it comes to investing into money, we have to really calculate where it goes. I just, I wanna do it, but I kind of want to know a little bit more. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Are there any further questions or comments from the councilors? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 18, Councilor Gomez. Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving CPC recommendation for Forest Park Aquatic Gardens.
So this is Bob McCarroll again. This is a project being proposed by the Department of Parks, Buildings, and Recreational Management, and it is to build a new gazebo on the site of a gazebo that was destroyed in the 2011 snowstorm. It's a $130,000 project. CPA is recommending $110,000 for it, $4,436 to come from the Open Space Recreational Reserve, and $105,564 from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Councilor Brown.
Yeah. You said how much is the project cost?
The total project cost, Counselor, is $130,000. 20 is coming from I think the Barney Trust or some sort of fund like that. And the park department asked for 110,000 of CPA money. You know, CPA money is kept in 4 different accounts. There's a housing account, a historic account, an open space and recreational account, in which we put 10% of the budget every year, and everything else is in what's called the undesignated reserve. So in this case, we're making up the 110,000 from 2 different pots of CPA money.
Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy about that. So is there any way to maybe cut 10,000?
So counselors, once we bring a recommendation to you, you have 3 options. You either approve it as we recommend it, you approve it with less than we recommended,
okay,
or you deny it.
Okay. So you are agreeing with what I am saying. Sometimes I just play around. I come from a corporate world, so I just say things hypothetically. So you're saying that we basically can not approve it, and we can make it lower?
Correct. You have the right of either approving it as we recommend it, you can approve it with less than we recommend, or you can deny it entirely. That's your role as the legislative body.
And if we don't approve it, I'm saying a little bit less, is it possible to allocate some of the funding somewhere else, or no?
Well, so let me say this to you, Counselor. In terms of, we have made our 2020 recommendations to you. If you're saying, gee, if you start cutting money from various projects of the 15 we've recommended, will we come back and recommend more money to another project? You know, that at least would not be my inclination. That to me runs counter to the spirit of CPA, which is a broad-based citizens group making recommendations to the legislative body. And to me, for the legislative body to say, well, we're going to make some cuts because we really want you to give more money to another project, runs contrary to that spirit.
Well, sometimes the only reason I ask, because I represent Ward 4, and I just was wondering, instead of like building that pretty gazebo, would you guys be willing? I might even come out and build it with you guys. If you guys can maybe dedicate maybe a little funding to Ward 4 at Magazine Park, going look down there. So where you tell me that gazebo, it looks so pretty, but where I'm at, I can't have those gazebos. So if you can like maybe is there a way where you can allocate where a city councilor can come and help you build it, and you can help and like do something nice where I'm at?
So first of all, Counselor, let me just say this, that the CPA committee is not the entity that's carrying out any of these projects.
No. Listen, I love the work that you do. You are somebody who I support. I want it there. So that's not what I mean. So don't be offended by what I'm saying. I love the work that you do. It is fantastic. I support it. So that's not what I mean. So it just was like a rhetorical question.
Sure.
I love that you do. I don't mean it in an offensive way. You do a great job. I 100% support what you're doing and your project. Believe me.
Well, thank you. And I guess what I would say to you, Counselor, is, you know, the 2021 funding cycle is only like 5 months away, the beginning of it. So my suggestion is your constituents in McKnight and you should be having a conversation with the folks in the park department about submitting a concrete plan for Magazine Playground. Well, as you'll see, these things that come before the council are more fleshed out. They aren't just, gee, give us some money for a particular spot. It's give us money for these particular activities.
Yes. And that's why I love you. Thank you. And I apologize, but I know it wasn't anything as far as me attacking him. I love him. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Davila, on the order.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll be brief. Just to mention that the Forest Park Civic Association does support this this project. We did the Forest Park Association did send a letter of support a while back. Just quick question for Bob. There's a meeting tomorrow for the community preservation, right?
There is, yes.
Okay. So some of the projects, including some of the projects that Councilor Brown was talking about for Magazine Park, somebody could submit a proposal for that tomorrow, right?
Well, it's not. So tomorrow, so the state law that governs CPA everywhere requires that we have a public hearing once a year to solicit citizen comments on needs and opportunities that CPA can address. It's not the time to come with a concrete proposal. It's a time to come and say, gee, my neighborhood needs work on such and such of a park. The actual time to submit the proposals will come next spring, and we will be vetting them and then bringing them to you probably next autumn.
Right. So it will be the beginning of a mechanism to get Magazine Park up and running.
Yes.
Very well. I'm sure. I'm hoping that all those interested will be at the meeting tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, yeah, and let me just say this, Counselor. One of our priorities that we set 2 years ago was to help small neighborhood parks and playgrounds. So that's a general thing that we're really always interested in. And so Magazine Playgrounds already, you know, in that conceptually,
right.
As all small parks and playgrounds around the city are. It's one of our priorities. But then we need a specific fleshed out proposal, not just some, oh, well, give us some money and we'll do something with it. No, we need a proposal that comes in that says, you know, we want a refurbished basketball court or baseball fields, or we need a tot lot or whatever it is.
Right. I'm just going to add, Mr. President, that this particular gazebo that is being rebuilt is used heavily by married couples to go and take pictures at the Forest Park, the jewel of the city. So it will be a very wise investment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further questions from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On suspending Rule 19 for item number 19, Councilor Gomez. Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards? Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order itself?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield? Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams? Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 20, order approving CPC recommendation Trinity House, 5153 Bay Street.
Thank you. So this is a proposal that comes to us from Holy Trinity Church to renovate a vacant, deteriorated house on Bay Street, ultimately for a women's shelter. It's a $250,000 project, and we are recommending $106,800 for windows, doors, masonry, and roof repairs from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. And I just want to remind councilors that we do have 10 more orders to get through, and all of these orders have been approved favorably by the Economic Development Committee, where there was extensive discussion. Are there any questions regarding this order? Seeing Councilor Brown. Councilor Brown, the floor is yours.
Yes, I would just want to urge my colleagues to understand when it comes to redevelopment that this is a great project, and it's something that we should support.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. There are no further questions. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On suspending Rule 19 for item number 20, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Karen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Karen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is item number 21, order approving CPC recommendation for Marshall Roy Field Park walking path.
Okay, once again, it's Bob McCarroll. This is a proposal that came in from the East Springfield Neighborhood Council, but it will be carried out by the Springfield Department of Parks, Buildings, and Recreational Management, and it is to construct a 1/2 mile, 6-foot wide walking path with benches around the perimeter of the park. The cost is $101,550, and we're recommending the money come from the Open Space Recreational Reserve.
Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Brown.
Have you guys picked out who's doing the actual construction?
That would be a question for the Park Department, Counselor. Once again, the CPA committee does not do the projects itself. We only recommend them to you to set aside the money. So my guess is, though, the Park Department would first go under contract with us, the Community Preservation Committee, and then it would go out for RFP or for bid, I'm not sure which, for someone to design and then construct the actual walking path.
Thank you. It looks good. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 21, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Madam Clerk, on the order.
On the order, on approving the order, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 22 is an order approving CPC recommendation for Kilroy House exterior restoration.
Bob McCarroll, once again, this is a proposal from the Springfield Museums. Kilroy House, which you may remember is the old WSPR radio station on Chestnut Street, is now the administrative offices for the museums. It's a mission revival style mansion built in the early 20th century, and it's having roof problems and wall problems. Over a couple of years, it will be more than a $400,000 rehab program. The museums have requested for phase 1 money to help repair the roof to stop the leaks and to study what will be the best way to then fix the stucco, which is going to be phase 2. And we're recommending $92,755 from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Brown?
I would just want information to know who are the actual individuals repairing these properties, because I want to help, but I want to make sure that it's minorities. It's nothing wrong with saying black. So can you at least give me something that say a black person is going to renovate that, please? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Brown, Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my colleague, Councilor Brown's concern speaks to what I mentioned earlier regarding, the similarities between the TIF ordinance and HTIP ordinance. If we were to put together a document, an ordinance that would outline some requirements for spending CPA money, then it would certainly include similar language to what we have in the REO, HTIP, and the TIF ordinance, which requires a certain percentage of these jobs to go towards people of color and city residents. So again, that's just another reason why I believe that we should make a proposal, put together a proposal for next year, and put some similar language for taxpayer money and how to spend taxpayer money to make sure that the right people, that people here in the city of Springfield, residents, and that women and minorities benefit from these jobs that are being created with taxpayer money.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to show my support for this specific project.
It is right there in the heart of downtown Metro and Ward 1. It's one of the most, I guess, captivating structures right there on Chestnut Street. I concur and believe that my colleagues both have great advocacy on, wanting to make sure that those dollars resonate and move into, into minority contractors and builders. But I think that's a conversation that my colleagues and myself could have with, introducing those folks to the museum. I think the museum is very receptive and would appreciate that kind of information. I think that first and foremost with these kind of projects, we just want to make sure that within the city of Springfield, when it comes to minority business owners, that they are professionals when it comes to restoration of, these type of, projects. Not saying that we don't have none, but just to be able to build that kind of database to make sure that that stuff is available and we know who they are. So then when introducing these folks to, specific developers or folks that we would love them to contact, it puts us in a great place. For the most part, I just wanted to just put my 2 cents in when it comes to this this project that I'm wholeheartedly. I think it's important for us to restore it, so make sure that they get an avenue to make sure they can get to phase 2, because there is a lot of money at stake, and if we can mitigate some of those costs with some of this relief, I think that this is a good place to be. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending 19 to take this order up and vote?
On suspending Rule 19 for item 22, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield. Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes.
My 912.
Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez. Councilor
Yes.
Gomez? Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving CPC recommendation for Springfield Bike Park Study. It's item number 23.
Bob McCarroll, once again, this is a proposal from the Park Department with the support of folks that are interested in biking in the city, and it is for a study of 2 possible locations for a bike and skate park, one in Liberty Heights behind the Boys and Girls Club, and the other in 16 acres near Greenleaf Park. And it's both for the study of the locations and to create construction drawings which can then be put out to bid to actually build the park. And it's $80,000 to come from the Open Space Recreation Reserve.
Thank you. Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question, Bob. In regards to the 2 specific site locations where this could potentially be, who made that judgment call? And the only reason I asked is just in regards to the dog park. We had a bit of trouble pinning down certain locations due to like wetlands and conservation issues. So I'm just wondering how those 2 areas were selected.
They were part of the proposal brought to us by the Park Department. So obviously someone in the park department has narrowed it down to those two potential locations.
Okay, and if let me ask, just in regards to if there was a location identified outside of that, would you all entertain that, or could those funds be used for that purpose, or would it specifically have to be one of the two?
Well, I think the committee would be very flexible. The question is whether the applicant, which is the park department, would want to do that. So I would suggest that you have that conversation with them. I mean, I think the committee was excited that this is a recreational amenity that exists in communities around Springfield, but we don't have one yet in Springfield, just like we don't have a dog park yet. And so we're excited about the potential of helping moving this along, whether it's at Liberty Heights or East Spring or out in 16 acres, we don't know. I mean, clearly, I think from our standpoint, it should be in a place where, you know, the kids that do this kind of biking and skateboarding can easily get to. And ultimately, it may be that we really need two of these or three of these scattered around the city.
No, I definitely think, Mr. President, that speaks to a need that a lot of activists and young folks have been kind of talking about in the streets for some time. And I would just rely on, you know, the period of public comment after. I don't know anything particularly about these two locations that would serve for this purpose. Of course, I'm familiar with Greenleaf, so I'm not taking a side on either. I just would rely on the residents' input in regards to those two, and hopefully the best choice emerges.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Brown.
I commend what you guys are doing. I love it. A lot of times in the inner city where I'm at, when we get funding, the only thing they do is build basketball courts. I understand what my colleague, Councilor Williams, is speaking of. Sometimes you really should think about where the different environments will benefit. In the inner city in Ward 4, I love the project. I just think let's start thinking about some of this stuff where I'm at. We got to stop building basketball courts where I'm at. We have no swimming pools. We have no community centers that are financially supported the way they should. So when it comes to things like this, I love the bike park, but we know we're doing a bike trail. We're doing a trail. We're doing things in Ward 4A. We're doing things in my community where we want some of this. And I just commend you in what you're doing, but don't forget about us.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to briefly say that the proposals are submitted from community organizations, and sometimes they have to go through the Parks Department or other organizations to get the proposals in. So we can always work with residents, including yourself, Councilor Brown, and the Parks Department to get applications in and hopefully approved. I know that we have some coming in that we're going to be working on in your district.
Yeah,
with,
I work for the state in the House of Representatives.
Hold on. Just let her finish and then we'll circle right back to you.
No, I was just saying that you got some great ideas and we can work to get those in the next round next year and work with the Parks Department and other organizations to get the applications in. I just wanted to make sure that we know that the committee isn't the ones that bring the proposals forward. It's actually folks in the community, and you know, they work with local organizations and the city to get the proposals in. So you do have great ideas, and hopefully we can get some of these in next go round.
Yeah,
But
I
I
understand that, Counselor.
appreciate your vigor and your drive to want to get these done in Ward 4.
Counselor Brown.
Yes, I do understand a lot of that. A lot of times when I speak hypothetically because sometimes you just got to be humble. I understand how to be humble based on my family background. We come from a religious background. I understand, your father quoted me. My mother's a pastor, my father's a pastor. So I'm just being humble. And when I'm speaking, I just agree on what you guys are doing. But when we come in the inner city, I just would want you guys to at least, like Counselor Williams said, just concentrate a little bit more. I agree on the bike park. Let's go 4A with the bike trail. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 23, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is number 24, order approving CPC recommendation for Indian Orchard Ponds feasibility study.
Once again, Bob McCarroll. This is a proposal that came in from the Indian Orchard Citizens Council, but will be carried out by the Springfield Park Department. And it is to study the various water bodies in the orchard to see about their potential for more water-based recreational uses, such as swimming, fishing, boating, and picnicking. And it's $50,000 to come from the undesignated reserve.
Thank you, Counselor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to speak in favor of this this item. Many of you have heard me numerous times talk about the lack of swimming locations in Indian Orchard. A few years ago, we had three particular locations where, well, several years ago, we had three locations where people can actually swim. Where we had James Beach, we had Lake Lorraine, and we had the JFK Middle School swimming pool, all of which have been closed for swimming for some time. And so, this is definitely something that we need here in the community of Indian Orchard. And I think in the city overall, in my time working in the Massachusetts State Senate, I helped craft a piece of legislation aimed at increasing safe swimming locations in the inner city. And I intend on filing that piece of legislation again once I have the privilege of getting sworn in January. We have an issue here in the city of Springfield, no different than any other inner city, where there's a lack of access to safe swimming. And studies show that because of that and because of the lack of access, predominantly because of the lack of access. Young children of color are 4 times as likely to drown compared to their white counterparts because they don't have access to safe swimming and swimming instruction. So it's not just an issue of recreation, it's a public safety issue, it's a health issue. And, I'm glad that we're thinking about these things as a council, as a community, and as a municipality, because we are talking about something that can save lives. Once we are able to give our children a safe place to swim and allow them to learn how to swim, then that will allow them to learn how to swim. That'll help get them prepared so that they can learn how to swim, and hopefully we'll be able to avoid some of the incidents that we've seen in the past of young people of color drowning because of not having the access. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I'm glad that we're moving forward with it. I think that this will bring some good results for Indian Orchard and for the city as a whole.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Brown.
I want to commend Councilor Ramos. When I was a young kid, I was in Indian Orchard and I almost drowned. I remember drowning. But one thing I did love was swimming, fishing, and boating, and picnicking. A lot of times in our community, the only thing we do is build basketball courts. Why do you think we have so much violence? It's not about just basketball courts. Everybody don't play basketball. I remember swimming in these actual lakes and what they meant and they did for me. I remember fishing in these lakes. It means a lot. I think we need to do more. I want us not to just be the land of homes. We can be a lot more than that. And I commend my colleague, Councilor Ramos, because I remember growing up and fishing with my grandfather who passed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just want to also give a shout out for this particular project to the Indian Orchard Citizens Council, led by, I believe, Zeta Govana, if I'm not mistaken. I know she certainly has advocated, as well as the community council, around this project. And when I've had the opportunity to speak to residents in this area, that, of course, it's certainly very close to Ward 5. This is certainly one of the things that has been constantly brought up. Certainly the bodies of water deserve a little bit more attention, and I'm glad that it's certainly beginning to receive that through these funds and also through the city as well. So again, I just commend the folks involved in bringing this to light, as well as who will be instrumental in seeing this through.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. If there are no more further questions and comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 24, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
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 Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 25 is an order approving CPC recommendation for Thompson Triangle Park Fountain.
Bob McCarroll again. This is a application that came in from the McKnight Neighborhood Council, but it will be carried out by the Park Department and is to repair the fountain in Thompson Triangle, the centerpiece of the neighborhood. $46,000 to come from the Open Space Recreation Reserve.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Brown?
Yes, this is something that's right where I'm at. It's a beautiful fixture. It's something that we should support. That's my colleagues. As far as a little bit of the repair, they would support it.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Letterman?
Just very glad to see this item on the agenda and to see CPA funding coming from this. Growing up down the street from this, we call it the Circle Park, and it's just a great community gathering space that is utilized in the neighborhood quite a bit, and the fountain is a centerpiece of that. The fountain was unfortunately damaged a few years ago, and restoring it, I think, will be a great addition back to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to approve this order in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 25, Counselor Gomez? Counselor Gomez? Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes, big yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving a CPC recommendation for an invasive plant program phase 2.
So once again, Bob McCarroll, this is an application from Regreen Springfield. If you remember, councilors, we funded them for an initial phase 2 years ago, and it is to treat invasive plants such as Japanese knotweed that are plaguing our parks and our conservation areas. We are recommending $40,635 from the Open Space Recreational Reserve. They will be working with the Park Department and the Conservation Commission on eradication efforts.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take the order up and vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 27, order approving CPC recommendation for Rock Rimmon Boathouse adaptive reuse.
This is Bob McCarroll again. So this is a proposal from the Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club, which is now the tenant at what used to be the Bassett Boathouse down by the North End Bridge. And it is a study for both the reuse of the boathouse, parking in the area, a potential new boat storage structure, and possible park expansion. And it's a recommendation of $35,000 from the undesignated fund.
Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On suspending Rule 19 for item 27, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Item 28, order approving CPC recommendation for 57 School Street.
So Bob McCarroll, once again, this is a proposal that came from the Youth Social Education Training Inc., which is a nonprofit group dealing with young people, and they are the occupants of 57 School Street, the former School Street School. You may remember that when the school was closed, the city sold the building first to Junior Achievement, and then it was sold to some sort of nonprofit agency that I think dealt with housing issues. And now YSED is in there, and they're asking for help with windows and masonry, and we are recommending $33,600, $27,034 coming from the historic reserve, and the remainder $6,566 from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 from item number 28, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Karen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is number 29, order approving CPC recommendation for Spanish American War Memorial.
So Bob McCarroll once again, and this is the last of the 15 recommendations for this year. It is from the Park Department and it is $20,000 for a study of how to best preserve the monument, and they will return next year with then actually a proposal to do the work. The $20,000 would come from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I speak on the matter, I just want to acknowledge the wonderful work that Bob and the entire team have done putting this presentation together and this hard work. Thank you, Bob, for doing this. For you guys are truly putting in your grain of salt to making the city a better place, more beautified city. So my compliments and thank you to you. Bob, so we're only looking for 20 Gs, 20,000, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
For the study.
Okay. You know, I agree with the sentiment of this. Last meeting, I did say that I have a question on this, and I'm going to be brief. The irony of having a monument, the Spanish American War monument, of a soldier at the entrance of a Puerto Rican neighborhood does not go unscathed by me. And the reason that I say that is because the Spanish American War marks the beginning of the colonization of Puerto Rico. After the Spanish American War, Puerto Rico became a colony of the United States. To this day, we're a colony of the United States, which is a sign of oppression and not of freedom, which is an irony because this country is based on freedom. So I do believe that this monument should be preserved, however. It is part of the history of this country, but I think the time has come to move this monument somewhere else throughout the city. Maybe in downtown to join the other monuments, I don't know. But I wanted to say that I find it insulting, honestly, as a Puerto Rican myself, that we have this monument there memorizing what is indeed the oppression of my homeland. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no other questions or comments from the council, go ahead, Mr. McCarroll.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to say, councilors, that the application came in with a letter of support from the New North Citizens Council, which, if those you know, that they are the representatives of this largely Latino neighborhood. So with that, we figured the neighborhood wanted their memorial fixed.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Councilor Davila.
Yeah, I understand, and I'm not surprised that was the case, that wouldn't be the case. But nevertheless, as we all know, not all Puerto Ricans live in the North End. And so I make my call again. It's time to move this monument into somewhere else in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to approve this order in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19 for item number 29, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
No.
No. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
So just a point of clarification, Councilor Davila, did you mean to say no to for us to not suspend Rule 19 and to take this order up the next time around, or did you mean
my apologies. Yes.
the actual order itself?
Yeah. The actual order itself, but I vote yes. Thank you for pointing it out. Yes.
Madam Clerk, can we please correct the record to count Councilor Davila?
Yes. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you. Councilor Gomez, I see your hand, sir.
Yes, I apologize. I've been having connection issues majority of the meeting, but I just wanted to just echo and understand that, the sentiments that come from my colleague, and understand that, during the time of, the Spanish-American War, where when it came to the people of Puerto Rico, at the time when the statue was created, we understand that the neighborhood and the makeup of the neighborhood is very different. I think moving forward, I know that this order is for a study on how to upkeep the monument, but respectfully, I know after the study, I know that, him and myself, and I've talked to a couple leaders in our community of maybe it'd be a time not to tear it down, but just to move it in a place where it's more beneficial. I understand that, there's a lot of those conversations, but we want to do it in such a way that then if it is to be replaced, it's replaced with something with that comes from the community, a respected person from the community. I know that we had, like in the South End, like the bust from the old state representative Shabelli, and also we have statues of, Congressman Boland. I think that respectfully, moving forward when it comes to these places and these areas where some of these, statues are, when we are going to recondition them or, look into evaluating how we're going to upkeep them, that maybe there's a place where essentially if we, if the makeup of the community is changed, we can actually move it to another part of the community or another part of the city. So then we can start looking into giving flowers to the people that are still alive. But, wholeheartedly, I support our veterans. I support our history, but sometimes our history just tells a different thing and it means something different to a community. With that being said, I just wanted to just put that on the record, and thank you for the opportunity to chime in.
So thank you, Councilor Gomez and Councilor Ramos. I see your hand is raised. I just want to remind you that we are in the midst of a vote and voting on Rule 19, but I will give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be as brief as possible. I just, want to follow up on some of the things that my colleagues say. I think that the history of Puerto Rico is a complicated one. The Spanish-American War was a war between Spain and the United States, and Puerto Rico was in the middle of it, and it was land that was won by the United States essentially in that war, and they took control. In defeating Spain, they took control of Puerto Rico. That means different things to different people. Not everybody necessarily is happy with the current status of Puerto Rico being a Commonwealth of the United States of Massachusetts. There are still debates as to what the status of Puerto Rico should be from people on the island. So it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing to have this statue in that place. I think if we're going to have a monument that represents Puerto Rico and represents the struggle of Puerto Rico, it should be of a Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos, who is essentially the Martin Luther King of Puerto Rico. And so if there's any discussion that we should be having about monuments or new statues in that location, it should be the conversation about the possibility of erecting a statue of Pedro Albizu Campos. But that's a topic for another day. But again, I just wanted to remind everyone that the history of Puerto Rico and the feeling of the people on the homeland is very conflicted. And this Spanish-American War is not necessarily the highlight of the history of Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Madam Clerk, my vote is a yes on suspending Rule 19. Can you please call the roll on the order itself?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila. Councilor Davila.
No.
No. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
No, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is at 1355 Liberty Street. It's being referred to planning board.
So our apologies, but we appreciate the work that you do consistently year after year. Sorry. Attorney Davis, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
I apologize. Sorry. The next item on the agenda is for resolution at 1355 Liberty Street. It's being referred to the planning board.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
It's just being referred to the planning board.
Oh, I'm sorry. No action. Call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is the Quadrangle Mattoon Street Historic District Amendment. It's on for second and third step.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Quick point of information, Mr. President.
Yes, Councilor Davila.
I'm sorry, it seems to have some connection issues. What happened with item 30, sir?
Item 30 was, there's no action to be taken on item 30, Councilor Davila.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. President.
Item number 31, I see Councilor Gomez. I saw your hand raised in the queue. Did you want to speak to this item?
Yeah, this specific item is to exempt only the Science Museum from the historic district, because I believe we had a subcommittee meeting on it, and I'm not pretty savvy on exactly why, because I don't want to give the wrong information. But if I am correct, it had to do with certain funding that they couldn't receive if they were under that jurisdiction, and I believe that's what it was. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but I think that's kind of what it's about. If we don't have anybody from the administration, I know I was working with Alvin Allen on this particular item. if there's anybody else here to speak to it. Oh, matter of fact, we do have Mr. Tim Sheehan here. Matter of fact, he just popped up on my screen, so I'll defer to him. Thank you for staying on so long, sir.
No problem. Mr. President, Tim Sheehan, 26 Eckington Street. Councilor Gomez is correct. This is an exemption that the Library Museum had. They had gotten funding, grant funding, and the request was that they come back into compliance, and the Library Museum has agreed to that, and I believe that the paperwork was drawn up by Attorney Moore as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments regarding this ordinance from the council? Seeing none, I believe this is on for second and third step, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving the ordinance?
On approving the ordinance, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield? Yes. Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on invoking Rule 22C, which will allow us to take second and third step together?
Invoking Rule 22C, Councilor Gomez?
Yeah.
Councilor Whitfield? Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the ordinance is approved. Madam Clerk, I've received word from Councilor Ramos that items number 32 and number 33 will remain in committee. Call item number 34.
Item number 34 is an ordinance creating Chapter 238 short-term rentals.
Is there any action to be taken on this item? Councilor Letterman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As Councilor Edwards indicated at the beginning of the meeting, his committee report, this particular item was approved for first step just prior to the pandemic, then went to the General Government Committee, which met last week and voted with yourself present, Mr. President, to refer the item back to the full body for final passage with a favorable recommendation. And just to give folks a little refresher, I won't go long. I know we're late into the evening here, but since this hasn't been heard since before the pandemic, this was an ordinance that came out of some conversations with residents, especially in the McKnight and Forest Park neighborhoods, about the growing prevalence of short-term rentals, the type of which have been popularized by online booking sites like Airbnb and HomeAway. And what we sought to do through this legislation was essentially create a fair regulation that addresses some of the concerns that neighborhood residents might have about this type of industry coming into their communities, while also being respectful of the individuals who may want to operate such types of facilities on their personal property. And this ordinance was crafted with input from short-term rental operators, as well as neighborhood councils and civic associations. Also very active in the committee meetings that we held was the Realtors Association, brought forward some very good recommendations, especially around privacy for individuals who might be operating these types of facilities. And I think what we've arrived at is a really comprehensive piece of legislation that speaks to how complete the legislative process can sometimes be. I think we really started with a very good piece of legislation with the assistance of attorney Tom Moore, who helped us put together legislation that addressed many of the concerns and also drew from best practices in communities across Massachusetts and across the United States that have done this before us. And even in starting with that great document, I think we've now come to an even better document here at the end. And so what we have is an ordinance that will require these types of operations to be owner occupied, to be inspected annually, for them to also be limited in their size to an amount of individuals appropriate to the home, and also to ensure that the city is aware of where these are and allow for proper operation to take place. I know Tim Sheehan is with us, the head of planning. He and I were able to speak earlier. He is confident that the ordinance can be carried out. I also had a chance to speak with Commissioner Desilets earlier today about the responsibilities within the ordinance for his department, and he is also confident that they can be carried out. So I would hope that we can finish this work this evening. I would just simply add that the ordinance has been endorsed formally by the McKnight Neighborhood Council and the Forest Park Civic Association, which are two of the organizations, or two of the neighborhoods, I should say, that are most impacted by this upcoming industry. And I'll also say that we did also receive an endorsement from the Pine Point Neighborhood Council and appeared before the Indian Orchard, East Springfield, and East Forest Park Civic Associations. They were not able to eventually take a vote yet as a result of the pandemic having kicked off their meetings just after that, but we did meet with them, got their input, and Kathy Brown from the East Springfield Neighborhood Council did participate in the last committee meeting, where she shared that the owner occupancy was one of the most important pieces to her for that, and we have included that in this final draft. So happy to answer any questions from counselors, and very thankful to all of the individuals who helped work on this, especially the co-sponsors, Counselor Malo Brown from Ward 4, Counselor Victor Davila from Ward 6, Counselor Melvin Edwards from Ward 3, and fellow at-large Counselor Tracy Whitfield.
Thank you, Counselor Letterman. Are there any questions or comments on the ordinance from counselors? Counselor Brown, I see your hand is raised in the queue.
I basically have a statement. I want to commend my counselor, Jesse Letterman, and Counselor Melvin Edwards in the work that they put forth. In my district, it's been a fight, and a lot of people there have been doing their homework. So I do know that my counselors and my colleagues have been doing their due diligence to cross their T's and dot their I's. This is something that I know my colleagues have been working on for a long time, and I have total confidence. I've been to a lot of the meetings in the McKnight area, and even when it comes to the actual opposition, they were colleagues of mine who I went to private school with. So it has been a battle, but it's been a compromise. And I believe that this is something that really will work out. And I commend my colleagues for their due diligence and their work and their effort. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. Counselor Williams.
Mr. President, can you just, the clerk, please add me as a co-sponsor?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you please add Counselor Williams as a co-sponsor? Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this ordinance?
On first step of the ordinance, Counselor Gomez.
This point of information, I believe this is on for second, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Counselor Letterman, is that what you were going to ask?
Yeah, I believe we passed first step of this in March.
Correct.
From my understanding, my notes say it was sent to committee in March, but I don't have notes that it was but I didn't do the meeting. Camille did the meeting. Ms. Nelson did the meeting, so I can double check with her.
I think we took the first step, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
And if you agree, Councilor Letterman, if you recall the same, Councilor Edwards, sorry.
Yes, if I may, it did pass first step. It went to General Government Committee because it did pass first step, as most items once passing first step, they come to General Government.
Okay.
Positive, I read that somewhere when I was reading through this, but I could be wrong. Councilor Davila, did you have something to add?
No, I was going to say what Councilor Edwards just said. We passed first step, went to a committee meeting, and today we're doing second and third step.
That is my recollection. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll on passing this ordinance, and we'll take second and third step. We'll invoke Rule 22C after we vote on the ordinance itself.
Okay. My apologies. On second and third step for the ordinance, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on invoking Rule 22C to take second and third step together?
On invoking Rule 22C, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the ordinance is approved. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before the council?
There's no further business before the council.
Seeing none, this body will stand adjourned until October 19th, in which we will have a regular meeting beginning at 6:30. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.